Chapter 313. Chapter 313, Tough Decision. I now command my 4 sons to kill you today. Ginger gets spicier as it get older. Indeed, Elder Jew was wise as he had lived long enough. Though the 4 brothers were blinded with rage, Elder Jew had already found a way to shatter Qin Feng's plot and to avenge Ju Kai. That was by killing Qin Feng now. Otherwise, it'd be too late after tonight. Haha. Dad's right. A murderer must repay with his life. This little brat should die now. Let's do it now, Dad. I can crush this feeble dandy with just one hand. Hee hee. I have waited too long for this moment. As soon as Elder Jew finished his sentence, the 4 brothers couldn't wait any longer and had already formed a circle, trapping Qin Feng inside. With anxious faces, 4 people and 8 eyes stared fixedly at Qin Feng. They were afraid he'd escape from their clues. Qin Feng was delighted and smiled even brighter than Elder Jew. Killing him in this dark, gusty night without any witnesses was indeed a way to avenge Ju Kai and to solve the problem. However, how could Qin Feng not have considered his own safety? Not only had he thought over this matter, he even considered his own safety first. The 4 sons of Ju family. Even if all the personnel in the Ju family came at him together, the outcome of this battle wouldn't change even the slightest. With Qin Feng's current stage 4 external strength plus stage 3 inner qi strength, not many in Acropolis City could dominate him in a fight. Moreover, among the 4 major families of Acropolis City, only the descendants of the Sima family and the Qin family had cultivated the martial arts. The Ju and Hao families were aristocratic clans that had risen locally. Both families had utilized relationships and money to attain their current position, and none of them knew martial arts. If the title of 4 major families were taken away, they were just a bunch of ordinary people. So, how was there any possibility Qin Feng would fear them? Haha. Don't play tough, kid. If you can laugh now, this elder will chop my head off and let you kick it like a ball. You youngsters are too arrogant. You act like a maverick after you get your hands on some secret, and consider yourself unrivaled in the world once you have some petty tricks up your sleeve. There's nothing to regret about your death today. In this elder's eyes, 10 of your petty lives are nothing compared to the 1 life of my Kaya, you little brat. The countenance of Elder Jew suddenly became gloomy and cold. When he smiled, he was an amiable old geezer. However, once he tore off his mask, he was a vicious, twisted old man. Kill him now. This elder is going to use his unworthy blood to mourn the soul of my dead grandson. Elder Jew suddenly gave out a loud roar, and those 4 restless sons now pounced on Qin Feng. Big brother and second brother held wooden sticks as their weapon of choice. Since third brother and fourth brother were still in the prime of their youth, they took Qin Feng on unarmed. With a faint smile, Qin Feng suddenly waved his fist and thrusted it at fourth brother lunging at him. Bang! 2 fists collided. Qin Feng didn't even need to use his Thunder Tiger fist. Just by releasing a strength 6 times stronger than an ordinary person's, he had already destroyed fourth brother's arm. His bones shattered with a sharp crack. Fourth brother was in so much pain that he rolled on the floor with his wasted arm. Bang! After he delivered a punch, Qin Feng rotated his body and performed a kick. This kick was directed at third brother's belly. Third brother's countenance suddenly changed. He never expected that a tall and flimsy brat could deliver such a powerful kick. He was sent flying directly and slammed into a wall. The impact even caused the painting on the wall to fall to the floor. Third brother had fallen down as well. His body felt like it was falling apart from the impact. He covered his roiling belly with his hand, afraid he would spit his organs out. His condition was more miserable than fourth brother's. He was in so much pain he couldn't speak. However, from his hideous expression, the agony he was suffering was obviously beyond imagination. 4 of them had just launched their attacks and third brother and fourth brother had already retired. All of these happened within a mere 2 seconds. Big brother and second brother halted their assault and stared at Qin Feng as if seeing a monster. Before, all of them had acted arrogant, vowing to avenge Ju Kai's death, but now, they only wanted to retreat. Especially Elder Jew. A bad notion suddenly surged up his mind. It seemed this Qin Feng had deliberately provoked them all, and waited for him to order his sons to kill him. After that, Qin Feng had a good excuse to fight back, and bashed 4 of his sons without the slightest scruple. Elder Ju's sunken eyes were filled with astonishment and his body involuntarily backed 3 steps. If that's the case, then this youngster is such a terrible demon. He deceived even me, an old wise man, with his ingenuity. My stick, Qin Feng. This elder doesn't believe your body is harder than a copper wall and stronger than an iron fort. Recovering from the short moment of amazement, second brother suddenly brandished his wooden stick at Qin Feng's head. Qin Feng, on the other hand, didn't evade his attack, allowing that wooden stick to fall on his skull. Bang! Second brother used all his strength on this attack and a muffled thud sounded as soon as that wooden stick hit Qin Feng's head. That wooden stick broke into 2, half of it was still in second brother's hand, while the other half went flying. However, Qin Feng's head remained unscathed, the imagined scene of a bloody Qin Feng failed to appear, and there was not a single bloodstain or wound on his head, either. It was like nothing had happened. Freak, you're a fucking monster. Second brother let out a ghastly yell. Big brother's eyes turned red. He darted forward like a beast and pointed the wooden stick in his hand directly at Qin Feng's back, then attempted to stab him. This elder doesn't believe I can't defeat you. At this moment, Qin Feng turned around, facing Ju Shun Feng directly with his belly. The wooden stick mercilessly stabbed at his abdomen. However, with his improved flying dragon armor, Qin Feng didn't feel anything. Qin Feng laughed and grabbed the center of the wooden stick. He then utilized a bit of strength and cracked the spot where he grabbed. The wooden stick broke into 2 and the other half fell to the floor with a crisp sound. You guys want to kill me? Too bad, your strength disappoints me. Slowly, Qin Feng opened his hand, and a fistful of sawdust spilled out. Not only had he cracked the wooden stick, he even reduced it to sawdust. All of them were stunned. The room suddenly fell into a deathly silence, only the heartbeats of 5 people could be heard. Bang bang! Qin Feng leaped forward at the heads of big brother and second brother. He delivered 2 kicks at the same time and sent both of them flying. When they landed hard on the floor, the 2 felt some of their bones had broken. Before, 5 people from the Ju family had stood in this room. Now, only Elder Ju remained standing. However, he couldn't remain calm anymore. Although he was standing, his legs trembled in fear as he'd already acknowledged Qin Feng's unparalleled strength in his heart. He was clear in his mind now. This Qin Feng had pretended to be a dandy all these years. Rumors had said Qin Feng was an idle fellow, a troublemaker, and a womanizer. They even said he was an ignorant fool versed in neither the literary nor martial arts, and had a feeble, frail body. Elder Ju really wanted to shout out loud now, bullshit. Which foolish runt gave out that misinformation? Come out now. I swear I won't kill you. Elder, you wanted to kill me just now? Qin Feng had already arrived in front of Elder Ju. He enjoyed the feeling very much. Everything was nothing but a floating cloud when you had the strength. Before, the above the masses and dignified Elder Ju, whom even his own dad needed to address with an honorific, was now powerless in front of him. Elder Ju didn't even have the right to choose his own destiny. This was the sensation of an emperor, majestic, supreme, and overwhelming. Only now did Qin Feng profoundly realize the changes the hedonist sovereign system had wrought in him. The system had raised his mindset and horizons to a higher level. The person and power that he hadn't dared to assault was now beneath contempt before his eyes. Acropolis City's 4 major families were already nothing in his perspective. The enemy he was facing nowadays was as powerful as the top assassin organization in China, the Golden Assassin Crew. Even a legendary assassin organization like the Golden Assassin Crew had failed a couple of times in Qin Feng's hands. What could a mere Elder Ju do to him? Why you are a martial artist? Why you cultivated in secret and your strength is unmade? Elder Ju still couldn't accept the fact that Qin Feng was a martial artist. Although none of the Ju family could cultivate the martial arts, he knew there were a bunch of hidden masters in this world. They didn't meddle in the world of mortals, but immersed themselves entirely in pursuing the realm of truth. Each and every one of them were armed with otherworldly martial arts, and any one of them could single-handedly eliminate a small family clan. Luckily, Acropolis City was a mid-sized city and Elder Ju only knew of one family that cultivated martial arts from generation to generation. However, only now did Elder Ju realize how narrow his vision was. He hadn't even noticed Qin Feng was a martial artist although he'd known him for decades. Elder Ju knew the Sima family was this kind of clandestine family. He also knew Sima too was tasked by the elder of the Sima family to concentrate on cultivation. Sima too had just recently come out from his seclusion, and it was said that he'd already broken through the first bottleneck of a martial artist and stepped into the realm of stage 4 in Qi. Originally, he'd thought Sima too was the #1 martial artist among his peers in Acropolis City. He never expected that Qin Feng, who'd suddenly popped out, was quite formidable as well. Elder Ju's gloomy, cold, and struggling expression suddenly lightened. He broke out into a riot of laughter. Ha ha. Seems like Acropolis City is going to change. It is no shame to be defeated by a family like yours. Ha. This war is too chaotic and intense for a small family clan like my Ju family to meddle in. Therefore, I'll make my announcement now. Starting from tonight, the Ju family will step down as one of Acropolis City's 4 major families. From now on, the Ju family won't involve itself in any of your affairs. It's the age of your youth now, just do whatever you all like to do. Thank you, Elder Ju. For your kind consideration, replied Qin Feng with a beaming face. Elder Ju had made himself clear. He'd made the best decision. Ju Kai had abducted Rao shaman and attempted to rape her. He deserved more than death. In order to atone for the sin Ju Kai committed, the Ju family took the initiative to withdraw from the 4 major families, excluding themselves henceforth from the fights of the outside world, and keeping a stable and self-sustaining lifestyle. It was such a tough decision, but it was the only choice Elder Ju could make tonight. Chapter 314. Chapter 314, Qin family mobilized. Dad. What are you saying? Dad. Are you getting senile? Have you gone crazy? I don't agree. Under us 4 brothers, it wasn't easy for our Ju family to become one of the 4 major families in Acropolis. And now that the Hao family has been eliminated, our Ju family has swiftly climbed to 3rd place. How can we back down just like that? Dad. Why don't you think about it some more? Isn't it just a fight? Are we really afraid of the Qin family? Once Elder Ju made his decision, his 4 sons immediately opposed it. They were enjoying the wealth and glory of being a powerful family. How could they just leave this bright and beautiful lifestyle? Unfilial sons. I've raised a bunch of unfilial sons. Elder Ju stared at his 4 sons in disappointment. No wonder the Ju family has come to this. Not only was that brat Ju Kai no good, you 4 are no good as well. You're all short-sighted and happy to leave things as they are. You're caught up in the pleasures of life. Do you guys think I want to make this kind of decision? This was all caused by you disappointing brats. Elder Ju shook his head and sighed. He was already an old and grey-haired 70-year-old, but he seemed to age 10 years in an instant, and he didn't even have the strength to speak. Let's go. Help me back. Though the 4 Ju sons were extremely dissatisfied with their father's decision, it had already come to this, so they could only support Elder Ju and leave. Otherwise, would they remain to be oppressed by Qin Feng? After the Ju family left, Qin Feng sat on the sofa, somewhat fatigued. These talks were extremely successful, but this solution had been within Qin Feng's expectations, so he didn't express any excitement over it. After all, Qin Feng knew that his true enemy was still concealed in the dark. They were always there, continuously causing him and the Qin family trouble, an established enemy. Young Master Qin. Not long after the Ju family left, Long Hair hurried over like there was a fire. A large group of people followed him. They were Qin Huang, Uncle Fu, and the 3 beauties from home. Qin Feng, are you all right? Little sister Shaman said you were in a lot of trouble. I was scared to death. Shu Ruo Ru was the first to rush forward and hug Qin Feng. Among the 3 women, she had the most trouble controlling her emotions. Rao Shaman was the second to enter the room. She had already washed and changed into clean clothes, and her hair wasn't completely dry. She stood to the side and looked at Qin Feng with worry. Qin Feng, what in the world happened? Han Ying Ying was shrewder than the other 2 women. Rather than worrying about Qin Feng, she asked about the crux of the matter. Qin Feng glanced at Rao Shaman. He knew that everyone rushed over because Rao Shaman had said something. Rao Shaman looked at Qin Feng with a tender heart and shook her head. She'd been afraid of ruining Qin Feng's original plan, so she only said that Qin Feng was in a lot of trouble, and didn't mention the cause of the situation. Chairman Qin, the Zhu family's Zhu Kai is dead. None of the people present were outsiders, so Qin Feng felt no need to hide anything. He had just spoken when Qin Huang's and Han Yingying's expressions changed drastically. They were very clear on what the Zhu family represented in Acropolis. They didn't know what to say to Qin Feng. He had just eliminated the Hao family, and single-handedly annihilated Jincheng City's Yu family. Now, he killed Zhu Kai, who was from one of the 4 major families in Acropolis. How did he die? Qin Huang stepped forward and stared intently at Qin Feng with his sharp eyes. I killed him, replied Qin Feng calmly. This time, Shu Ruo gave a delicate gasp. Though she wasn't clear on what the Zhu family represented, she knew that murder was huge, resulting in the death penalty. He would lose his head. What? Qin Feng, why did you kill someone? What happened to you? Nothing is going to happen to you, right? Shu Ruo was originally soft and weak, so now that she heard this news, she was so frightened that she burrowed into Qin Feng's embrace and wailed. Qin Huang's expression turned cold as well. He knitted his brows and seemed not to hear Shu Ruo's crying. He continued to stare fixedly at Qin Feng. Why did you kill him? This time, Qin Feng didn't reply. He pushed Shu Ruo away lightly, then gave Han Yingying a look. Han Yingying immediately understood. She walked up to Shu Ruo and brought her outside. Long Hair and Xiao Bai walked out, and Uncle Fu brought the bodyguards outside to stand by the door. Only Qin Feng, Qin Huang, and Rao Shaman remained in the room. Qin Feng sat Rao Shaman on the sofa, looked tenderly at her, and asked, Shaman, are you all right? Rao Shaman was so moved that she wanted to cry. Even in this situation, Qin Feng took the first opportunity to fuss over her. She immediately shook her head. Qin Feng, I'm fine. Only after confirming that Rao Shaman was fine did Qin Feng look at his father. Chairman Qin, you sit down too. The 3 of them sat on the sofa, and Qin Feng spoke again. I originally took Shaman out for a nighttime snack, but I had to leave in the middle of it, and Shaman was abducted by Zhu Kai. Qin Feng summarized the night's events, and Rao Shaman occasionally chimed in to confirm his account. After hearing everything, Qin Huang was deep in thought. A while later, he suddenly looked at the large puddle of blood on the floor. Then, his expression changed drastically. The Zhu family was here. They came and left, said Qin Feng casually. Did you hide when they came? Qin Huang's gaze was filled with alarm. Qin Feng's lips quirked slightly. Chairman Qin, why would I hide? I'm not a rat. With one line, Qin Feng shattered the cold and stifling atmosphere. Rao Shaman couldn't help but burst into laughter. Her slender, lily-white hands covered her red lips. She'd been sad the whole time, and her sudden laughter was as beautiful as a blooming epiphyllum. Qin Huang had a slight urge to laugh as well, but he suppressed his lips cheeing slightly several times. Is this any time for that? Be serious, brat. Qin Huang glowered at Qin Feng. You've seen the Zhu family? And they took Zhu Kai's body away? I saw them. The family elder and his 4 sons came. Qin Huang's expression continued to fall. Zhu Kai was the eldest grandson of the Zhu family and in the direct line of inheritance. He died so suddenly and in royal hotel at that, and even the Zhu elder came to personally punish the criminal. It was clear that Zhu Kai's death was a very important matter to them. But the Zhu family came and left, yet Qin Feng sat there safe and sound. This was beyond reason. Qin Huang's brain whirled, and he guessed at several possibilities. Then, he suddenly slapped his thigh violently and jumped up from the sofa. Oh no, oh no. The Jews probably couldn't accept what happened, so they've gone crazy. They're likely to mobilize their entire family to attack our Qin family tonight. You two, get back to Qin Manor right now. I'm going to summon all the Qin family bodyguards to Qin Manor. This is going to be a violent and bloody battle. After hearing what his old man said, Qin Feng was speechless. On the other hand, Rao Shaman was frightened. She also stood up, cluing Qin Feng's arm with a guilty expression. Qin Feng, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I really didn't think things would come to this. Why don't you confess the truth to Chairman Qin? Never mind, I'll ask for forgiveness myself. Rao Shaman was going to tell Qin Huang the truth. She killed Ju Kai. How could she let Qin Feng take the blame for her? And this blame was too large, so large that it will cause the Qin and Ju families to engage in a bloody battle. Rao Shaman hadn't yet gone up to Qin Huang when Qin Feng held her back. He didn't control his strength, and the tug sent Rao Shaman diving into his arms. Rao Shaman had just finished showering, so her body was enchantingly fragrant. Her skin was smooth and exquisite. Qin Feng didn't want to let go. Qin Feng, why you want to anger me to death? She didn't struggle, and she suddenly felt that Qin Feng's embrace was very warm and safe. What? Asked Qin Huang immediately. Elder Ju said that starting tonight, the Ju family would completely step down from its position as one of the 4 major families in Acropolis. Qin Feng continued, he also said that Ju Kai was unworthy. He abducted Miss Rao Shaman yet accidentally fell to his demise, and death cannot wipe out his crimes. After all this, he will personally come to thank the Qin family and apologize to Rao Shaman. Qin Huang's eyes became extremely wide. Rao Shaman lifted herself slightly off Qin Feng's chest and goggled at him. The two of them wondered if their ears had gone bad. Otherwise, how could the Ju elder possibly say such things? Did he get Alzheimer's? Shaman, go out and look for your big sisters Ruo Ru and Ying Ying. I'll speak with Chairman Qin in private. Qin Feng looked at his father's incredulous expression and lightly pushed Rao Shaman away. After she left, Qin Feng let out a deep sigh. He sat casually on the sofa and beckoned to the stunned Qin Huang. Dad, Royal Hotel is your territory. Treat it like home and sit down. Don't be polite. Earlier, Shaman was here, and I had to continue pretending I was young Master Qin's personal attendant. It was so difficult to be unable to acknowledge my own father. Once Rao Shaman left, Qin Feng relaxed completely. He was still his original self, the free and unconstrained young Master Qin. What nerve, brat. Every time you pick up a girl, tens of people in the Qin manor have to act with you, and you're saying you're tired? I'm the one who's tired to death. Qin Huang sat down and glared at Qin Feng repeatedly. Hurry and tell me what happened tonight. The Ju family isn't that easy to talk to. Of course they weren't. When they came over, they wanted to capture me, then kill me right then and there. A slight smile appeared on Qin Feng's face, and he even poured 2 glasses of wine, talking with his father while sipping wine. The two of them looked to be chatting about some trifling and ordinary matter. Where had the tension caused by death gone? Chapter 315. Chapter 315, Rao Shaman was leaving. Qin Feng narrated the whole story while Qin Huang just kept silent and listened. When Qin Huang heard Elder Ju had come on a punitive expedition against Qin Feng, who'd faced all 5 VIPs from the Ju family alone, Qin Huang tensed up, furrowing his brows deeply and gritting his teeth tightly. When he heard that Qin Feng exposed the powers behind this incident to suppress Elder Ju, Qin Huang felt proud in his heart and nodded his head in satisfaction. On learning that the Ju family wanted to kill Qin Feng on the spot, Qin Huang clenched his fist tightly with a crackling sound. When he heard that his son bested the 4 sons of the Ju family, Qin Huang was so happy that he almost whistled and applauded. Qin Feng's story was too exciting, and the negotiation had been tumultuous and crisis-ridden. In the end, the news that stunned Qin Huang the most was the Ju family's decision to step down as one of the 4 major families. Qin Huang then gazed fixedly at Qin Feng, unable to accept the truth. He was trying to gauge the veracity of his son's words via Qin Feng's smiles and dodging eyes. But Qin Feng didn't change his expression even the slightest. He retained his solemn look, and talked stoutly without a hint of jocularity. Fenga, about those things you said just now, were they all true? Qin Huang asked again. None of those were lies. Phew. Qin Huang took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with brightness, and he was so excited that he wanted to shout. He realized that his son had changed. His son had become more and more outstanding, calm, and unflustered. He was no longer an ignorant and incompetent hedonist young master who'd only flirt with girls. He was now an indomitable man who could handle any crisis on his own. Qin Feng even had the thought, if Elder Ju came to capture him with his 4 sons, would he be able to handle the tense situation as calmly as Qin Feng had? Could he himself think of a way to suppress the foe with sheer strength, and not only shatter the psychological defenses of the Ju family, but also make them apologize to himself? Qin Huang shook his head. He realized he wouldn't have been able to handle the situation perfectly and achieve a favorable outcome on his own. Suddenly, he realized his son had surpassed him before he knew it. Qin Huang was pleased by Qin Feng's changes, and he was almost moved to tears, not tears of sadness but of delight and pride. Chairman Qin, Uncle Fu suddenly appeared at the door and interrupted the father and son's conversation. "Come in, Uncle Fu." Qin Huang waved his hand. He knew something big must have happened. If not, Uncle Fu wouldn't disturb them so casually. With a few large strides, Uncle Fu arrived in front of Qin Huang. He had a grimly puzzled expression on his face as he said, "The Ju family's elder has announced the withdrawal of the Ju family from Acropolis City's 4 major families. He even added that the Ju family will never interfere in our affairs and will concentrate on taking care of their own family." Although Qin Huang had already learned the news from Qin Feng, this news became even more convincing after its authenticity was confirmed by Uncle Fu. Once again, Qin Huang was astounded. "Okay, I got it. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Fu." Qin Huang nodded his head and Uncle Fu immediately left the room. After a short while, Qin Huang finally calmed down. His eyes gleamed and stared fixedly at Qin Feng. He was thrilled and felt proud of his son. "Who says my son is a dandy, a spendthrift, and a good-for-nothing punk? I dare you to come out now. This elder must kill you all." One hoped his son would become a dragon and his daughter would become a phoenix. Whose parents wouldn't care for their own offspring? Their child was the hope of their endeavors, the pillar of their spirit. Now that his son had grown up into an eagle who soared high in the sky, Qin Huang was very gratified. "Dad, please don't look at me like that. I'm not interested in men. Especially an old man." Slap. Qin Huang swatted Qin Feng's head. After that, both father and son burst into laughter. Only through laughter, they could mask their tears. Acropolis City International Airport. Qin Feng remembered he'd come here not that long ago to send beautiful teacher Yun Xiao off to the provincial capital. Now he was standing in the waiting lounge again, sending the same alluring and youthful Rao shaman off to the provincial capital. Among the group seeing Rao shaman off were Shu Ruo Ru, Han Yingying, and Li Yu Chen. Since Rao shaman was boarding soon, those 3 women stood aside and gave Qin Feng the last chance to bid her goodbye. Somewhere near the checkpoint, a man and a woman stood face to face, looking at each other. They were both handsome and pretty, and the sight of them drew the attention of all the passers-by. Rao shaman in particular caught most of their eyes. She dressed fashionably trendy today. She had a big straw hat on her head and a pair of sunglasses on her face. For her outfit, she wore a pale blue dress with an exotic flower pattern and a pair of sexy and elegant black high heels on her feet. "I'm leaving," Qin Feng said Rao shaman as she took off her big sunglasses. A subtle hint of dismay could be seen in her eyes. "Remember to call me when you arrive at the provincial capital." Qin Feng smiled. "I didn't take a good care of you when you were in Acropolis City, and allowed you to be distressed twice. I think shaman won't set foot here again after you return to the provincial capital." Rao shaman lowered her head slightly, not knowing what to say. She was afraid she might cry if she continued to speak. "Maybe this is our farewell." Qin Feng's voice was gloomy. "Shaman, can I hug you one more time?" Rao shaman didn't talk. Instead, she inclined her body toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng then opened his arms and embraced Rao shaman. The familiar scent, the soft and frail skin. "Goodbye, Qin Feng." Rao shaman voluntarily withdrew herself from Qin Feng's arms and put on her sunglasses. As Qin Feng couldn't see her expression under the dark lenses, Rao shaman with sunglasses suddenly felt like a stranger. Rao shaman took her luggage, turned and walked away, farther and farther. Unable to restrain himself anymore, Qin Feng shouted the words hidden deep inside his heart. Shaman, 8 years ago, that blazing hot day on September, beside Lotus Lake, that little boy gave a cash card to you. Rao shaman was gone, not even her back could be seen. Qin Feng couldn't tell whether his words reached Rao shaman. At this moment, Shu Ruoru and the other two beauties had walked up to Qin Feng's side. All of them gazed at Qin Feng with disdainful looks, baffling him. Group leader Qin, what kind of story did you make up to swindle Lil Sis Shaman? Li Yu Chen stood with her arms crossed in front of her chest. She couldn't help but complain, blazing hot day in September, beside Lotus Lake. TSK TSK TSK. I never knew our group leader Qin was so well versed in poetry. By the way, were you bathing in Lotus Lake at that time, or were you peeking on a beauty bathing in Lotus Lake? Shu Ruoru and Han Yingying were tickled by Li Yu Chen's words. They couldn't help themselves, either, and smiled charmingly behind their hands. Qin Feng realized Li Yu Chen had started bickering with him again. Just as he was going to fight back, he noticed this lass was sexy today. Before, she'd promised Qin Feng she would wear white stockings, and she really did sport a pair of white stockings today. Today, she wore a uniform that exposed her curvaceous body shape. Her pair of slender, long legs were straight like light poles, and the white stockings she had on were sexy and seductive to one's eyes. The sight of her just standing there quietly was enough to make people's hearts pumping fast. Manager Li, I wasn't making up a story. That was a real event that happened between Shaman and me, a secret that belongs to only the both of us. With a beaming smile, Qin Feng gazed at Li Yu Chen's beautiful legs and said, I think Manager Li has never shared a secret with a guy in your entire life before, right? Haha. Pathetic. You're so pathetic. Qin Feng, you're a filthy, stinking man. Qin Feng and Li Yu Chen bickered noisily in the airport, while Shu Ruoru held Han Yingying's arm and giggled behind. All of them went back to Royal Group by car after they came out of the airport. Since Han Yingying took a few days' leave to visit to her hometown, she was occupied with work as soon as she returned. Shu Ruoru, on the other hand, had her sales performance improve under Qin Feng's tutelage. In just half a month, she had already closed a few big sales. Qin Feng, as usual, played games in his office and occasionally teased Shu Ruoru. Li Yu Chen summoned Qin Feng into her office from time to time, proactively bickering with him. Qin Feng, you haven't closed any sales for this month yet. Do you want the company to sack you? As soon as they came back from the airport, Li Yu Chen called Qin Feng into her office. Qin Feng stared fixedly, admiring her long legs sheathed in white stockings, seemingly ignoring her question. Li Yu Chen's face flushed when she noticed the focus of his attention. She hastily lowered her head, afraid Qin Feng would see her awkward condition. Manager Li, has the cut on your thigh healed completely? As soon as Li Yu Chen lowered her head, she noticed that Qin Feng had already arrived by her side. This person came and went like a ghost and it freaked Li Yu Chen out. If it's still not completely healed, how about I apply some powder to your wound? Qin Feng had lifted Li Yu Chen's leg without her permission. It was such a waste for Li Yu Chen not to be a leg model. Her legs were slender and long with not even the slightest extra fat to be seen. Her skin was as fair as snow, smooth and tender. Qin Feng could still felt the magnificence of her legs even though they were sheathed in white stockings. Qin Feng, let go of your mother's leg. Li Yu Chen realized Qin Feng had once again taken advantage of her. So, she yelled to halt his movements and hastily withdrew her thigh from Qin Feng's hands. Hey, let me tell you something. My mom called me a few days ago. She asked me about you. She asked when we're going to get married and have a baby. She's waiting for her grandson. Li Yu Chen suddenly switched topics, stunning Qin Feng. Manager Li, why don't we make a baby now? Li Yu Chen's countenance changed drastically. Her face was blushing red. She suddenly said, then if you want me, you have to marry me. Hee. I was just joking with Manager Li. Qin Feng's grave expression faded, replaced by frivolity. Manager Li, Last time I disguised as young Master Qin and went home with you only to help you escape Auntie's desire to see you get married. What's after that is none of my business anymore. You know, I'm a very loyal and dedicated good man. I've got Ruo Ru, so I can't develop another relationship with Manager Li anymore." With a frosty glare, Li Yuchen stared at Qin Feng and pouted. "Is that so? Then what about Assistant Han? Lil Sis Shaman? And those women who rolled in bed with you? You've forgotten them all?" "Ahem. Manager Li, I suddenly realized I still have a lot that needs to be done, so I'll excuse myself now." Qin Feng hastily ran out of Li Yuchen's office. Li Yuchen leaned back in her chair. Her breasts rose. She then let out a long helpless sigh in sadness and frustration. As soon as Qin Feng arrived in his own office, his cell phone rang. Looking at the phone number, Qin Feng almost jumped with joy. "Hey, Beauty Su Qiu Yu, finally you're willing to call me." Chapter 316. Chapter 316. So they're beautiful sisters. Sky City's #1 noble beauty, Su Qiu Yu. She was gentle and cultured, dignified and virtuous, and an outstanding beauty. When Qin Feng saw from the caller ID that it was Su Qiu Yu calling, her exquisite features came to mind. The two of them had first met on Coiled Snake Mountain. At the time, Wei Xiaolei set up an illegal car race to harm Qin Feng, but not only had Qin Feng won the race, he also got rid of Wei Xiaolei and Williams. Before leaving, Su Qiu Yu had taken the initiative to hug Qin Feng. In reality, she shoved a sprig of 100-year blood lotus into his arms. This was the main ingredient in cultivating blood qi pills. Qin Feng was in a rush to break through stage 4 inner qi so he could cultivate a blood qi pill and awaken Lin Bei Bei. "Is this Qin Feng?" A woman's gentle voice came from the phone. It was neither pleasantly surprised nor cold. "It's me. Is Beauty Su Qiu Yu looking for me for something?" Nervousness flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. He was worried that Su Qiu Yu was calling about the 100-year blood lotus. If this was the case, should he give it to her or not? "Young Master Qin, would you happen to have time to come visit the Su household in Sky City?" "Visit Sky City? I've had a lot of things on my hands recently. I'm afraid I'll have to invite young Master Qin to stay a couple of nights. I've prepared a room for you. If you aren't used to it, I can chat with you all through the night." Qin Feng hadn't finished speaking when Su Qiu Yu's pleasant voice was heard. "Hey. Though I've had a lot of things on my plate and work is busy, since Miss Su Qiu Yu is so sincere, I couldn't possibly refuse. Give me a sec, Miss Su, I'll drive over right now. Thank you for giving this humble girl face, young Master Qin. Then I'll wait for you at the Su family mansion." Su Qiu Yu hung up, and a hint of anxiety appeared in her lovely features. On Coiled Snake Mountain, Su Qiu Yu had seen Qin Feng's skill and ability, so she took the risk of giving Qin Feng the Su family's most valuable treasure, the 100-year blood lotus. However, after the fact, Su Qiu Yu researched Qin Feng. It turned out that he was Acropolis City's super hedonistic young master. Once she thought of Qin Feng's vulgar behavior over the phone, Su Qiu Yu shook her head and sighed. "I really don't know if I've chosen the right person, or if I've made a mistake." Qin Feng now rode his 28 bicycle and set off for Sky City. Acropolis and Sky City were over 200 kilometers apart. If a normal person were to bike from one place to the other, they probably wouldn't get there until the middle of the night. However, Qin Feng rode at a speed even faster than cars, and he entered Sky City limits in a little less than 2 hours. Yun Province had 4 big cities. Acropolis City, Jincheng City, and Sky City were surrounded on 3 sides by mountains, while Yunhai City faced the ocean. All the denizens of Sky City knew that Sky City had a powerful family clan, the Su family. And even more famous were the beautiful twin sisters. One was Sky City's #1 noble beauty Su Qiu Yu, the other was Sky City's #1 she-devil Su Xia Tian. The 2 sisters were twins. If they stood together and said nothing, you wouldn't be able to tell them apart. However, the 2 of them had vastly different personalities. The older sister was dignified and virtuous, gentle and cultured, familiar with the 4 books and 5 classics, and proficient in the 4 arts of the zither, go, calligraphy, and painting. She was entirely worthy of her title, Sky City's most talented woman. The younger sister was an oddball. She was a mischievous troublemaker. Typically, the younger sister caused trouble in Sky City, and the older sister arrived and resolved the problems. The two sisters were outstanding beauties with slender figures. All the princes of Sky City had their eyes on the two sisters, but they worried because the Su family was so powerful in Sky City. These princes were well versed in business, so they could only admire the two sisters from afar. They didn't dare do anything excessive to them. After arriving in Sky City, Qin Feng got the Su mansion address by asking several people on the roadsides. These people all knew its location, but they sneered at Qin Feng when they saw the broken-down 28 bicycle he rode while inquiring about the Su family mansion. In fact, a well-intentioned granny directly told Qin Feng that the Su family wasn't short on servants or guards. Qin Feng disregarded the ignorance of these lowly people. Not everyone could become a super hedonistic young master. On the path to becoming the hedonist sovereign, Qin Feng was different from the masses. When he got to the Su family mansion, Qin Feng parked his 28 bicycle by the door. He raised his head slightly to look at the enormous red brick mansion. 4 large, gleaming gold characters were engraved into the mansion entrance, Su family old mansion. This district was extremely expansive. The mansion grounds spread over such a large tract of land that it was an iconic landmark in Sky City. Quite a few tourists purposely came from far away to see the ancient Su family mansion in Sky City. However, other than the Su family, no one could casually enter the mansion. Qin Feng had just dismounted from his 28 bike and pushed it toward the mansion's courtyard. When he got to the entrance, someone blocked him. "Hey, you stinking beggar. This is the Su family mansion. If you're looking for food, go elsewhere." After seeing the woman who was blocking him, Qin Feng's eyes brightened. He tossed his 28 bicycle aside, excitedly rushed up to the woman, and wrapped her into a tight hug. "Beauty Su Qiu, long time no see. I've missed you." Su Xietian never thought she'd ever be hugged by a strange man at her doorstep. Has this person eaten bear heart and leopard gall to be so gutsy, or is he coming to the Su family with a death wish? How dare he hug her? This was her first hug. In the middle of the night, she imagined countless times that she would save her first hug for a handsome and godlike man like Daniel Wu or an imposing muscle man like Jason Statham. How could she have given it to some man pushing a broken-down bicycle? Su Xietian was infuriated. She was so angry that she wanted to bite the stinking man before her to death. RRR. Fuck off right now. Get your grubby paws off me. I'm going to kill you. Su Xietian roared in anger, scaring even Qin Feng. Qin Feng pushed Su Xietian away, then looked at her in confusion. Was this the goddess Qiu that he'd yearned for day and night? Was this still the cultured and refined #1 noble beauty Su Qiu who always spoke with a polite smile and 2 little dimples? Who are you? Qin Feng looked at Su Xietian with alarm, and appeared as though he'd seen a ghost. We haven't seen each other for only a month, so why does this woman seem completely different? You stinking man. Damn man, you hugged me and you're asking who I am? You're in Sky City and you don't know me? Do you really want to die? Su Xietian was even angrier than when Qin Feng hugged her. Her nickname, Sky City's #1 she-devil, was notorious throughout the city. No man between toddler age and 99 didn't know Su Xietian, but this stinking man didn't. This was an insult to Su Xietian. I might know you, but you don't have this kind of personality. Aren't you dignified, virtuous, noble, and refined? Are you Su Qiu or not? You just called me and told me to come find you. Qin Feng was brimming with questions. Su Xietian finally calmed down a bit. So this stinking man was looking for Big Sister. Before leaving, she had mentioned that a very important guest was coming over and told her to keep her temper in check. She never imagined this important guest would be the vulgar man before her. Me. Why are you looking for my older sister? You pervert, if you hug my big sister once you see her, I'll thrash you. Su Xietian glared domineeringly at Qin Feng with the air of a high and mighty heiress. Qin Feng's brain went dead. Older sister? This girl had an older sister. Fuck. Were they beautiful twin sisters? Qin Feng suddenly was so happy that he wanted to shout out loud. The Hedonist sovereign system had a quest regarding Su Qiuyu, to take down the Sky City Su family's business. The quickest and most direct way to take down the Su family business was to take down the Su family's women. Qin Feng was originally prepared to take the beauty Su Qiuyu, and now it seemed that incidentally there was a lookalike sister. When Qin Feng thought about the beautiful twin sisters, one gentle and cultured and one with an explosive temper, Qin Feng was afraid he'd find it hard to manage when they all lived together. Haha. So you're Miss Qiuyu's younger sister. Little sister, what is your name? Tell this big brother. Qin Feng looked at Su Xietian with a smile. He really liked this woman's personality. You piece of trash, put your vulgar gaze away. If you keep looking at me like that, I'll gouge your eyeballs out. You haven't even heard my name. I'm Sky City's #1 she-devil Su Xietian. Su Xietian was always particularly proud when she introduced herself because she'd always dreamed of being China's #1 she-devil. So your little sister Xietian. Qin Feng smiled and walked closer to Su Xietian. Other men did what they could to hide from this she-devil, but Qin Feng was the opposite. He took the initiative to take Su Xietian's soft hand. You must not know that your older sister and I have a great relationship. She purposely called me over to visit, and insisted I stay several nights. She even said she wanted to chat with me throughout the night. Little sister Xietian, from now on, we're family. My name is Qin Feng. You can call me dearest, husband, or whatever you'd like. Pervert, beast, human trash. Let go of my hand, bastard. Who wants to call you dearest? And you want me to call you husband? Poo poo poo, hurry up and die. Qin Feng made Su Qiuyu so angry that she wanted to spit blood. She had lived for so long, yet no man had ever hugged or touched her like that before. As a result, the person she currently hated the most had hugged her and held her hand. She was so angry that she gnashed her teeth. However, Su Qiuyu found that this man's hands were quite strong. No matter how much she wanted to escape his grasp, she couldn't. Also, he could react very quickly. She wanted to kick him, but after tens of kicks, none of them touched Qin Feng. Little sister Xietian, I know it's our first time meeting, so it must be hard to suppress your excitement at how handsome, distinguished, and elegant I am. But we still have a lot of time to get to know each other during the day, and we'll have lots of time to sleep together at night. Don't collapse from overexcitement. Qin Feng smiled shamelessly at Su Xietian. This girl was too cute when she was mad. Chapter 317. Chapter 317. Confrontation of the She-Devil and the Hedonist Young Master. Su Xietian received 20,000 points damage to her heart. She'd always thought she was the #1 she-devil in Sky City, the earliest ancestress of unreasonability, ruthless and vandalistic. However, she seemed to have encountered her nemesis today. She was almost enraged to death by Qin Feng as soon as she saw him. Scumbag, rascal, release me right away. I'll call the guards to get rid of you if you don't let go now. Su Xietian started to threaten Qin Feng. Qin Feng was rather unaffected. Instead, his smile grew even broader. Little wife Xietian, your good hubby came in too much of a hurry and didn't bring any gift for you. Let me give you a sweet kiss first. I think little wife would like it very much. Qin Feng had brought his face close to Su Xietian's exquisite one as he talked. Su Xietian was so frightened that she sprang up. She covered her mouth with her tiny hand, and opened her eyes as big as saucers, staring at Qin Feng. Her eyes were emanating a cold, murderous intent as if she was saying, if you dare kiss your mother now, I'll bite your tongue off. Chump. Qin Feng kissed her, ignoring her fiendish look. However, he didn't kiss Su Xietian's sexy cherry lips but her tender hand. Su Xietian's body had a fruity fragrance. Paired with her lively and cheerful personality, Qin Feng felt this lass was a little girl who hadn't grown up. Wah. Why you son of a bye, you're so dead today. I'm going to tell my sister now and ask her to kick your ass. Su Xietian was devastated. This scumbag hugged me, pulled and kissed my hand. Ah, my hand. I want to chop off my hand. Little wife Xia Tian wants to file a complaint. Let me tag along, then. Your big sister, Qiu Yu, is my eldest wife. On second thought, she might stand on my side to give you a lesson. Qin Feng talked as he dragged Su Xia Tian into the Su family mansion. Su Xia Tian stopped abruptly. Qin Feng was right. He was her sister's most important guest, and her sister knew her personality so well. She certainly wouldn't blame Qin Feng, perhaps she might even lecture her. Me. This young miss doesn't wish to go home right now. I'm going out. Do you want to come with me? Su Xia Tian gazed carefully at Qin Feng. It's my greatest pleasure to walk the streets with little wife. Qin Feng followed her. Scumbag, don't ever call me little wife again. I'll beat you to death. Su Xia Tian stormed to a flashy Mercedes-Benz SKL red sports car parked outside the mansion. Qin Feng followed her into the car. Okay, fine. I won't call you little wife ever again if you don't wish to hear that. Ignoring Su Xia Tian's cute, infuriated expression, Qin Feng touched the car interior and exclaimed, Little wife, you're so rich. This car must be very expensive. I'm so excited when I think you're going to be my sugar mommy. It's such a shame for a macho man like you to be willing to be somebody's kept man. Su Xia Tian countered Qin Feng as she waved her pink little fist triumphantly at him. It'll be my greatest honor to be kept by a little beauty like Xia Tian. Qin Feng looked at Su Xia Tian with a smile, totally unaffected by her mockery. I'm tired of talking to you. Buckle up and hold on tight, and don't scream like a woman later. Su Xia Tian stomped on the accelerator with her high heels. The car suddenly darted off like a roaring beast. Su Xia Tian's eyes gleamed with subtle mirth. How could she be willing to bring Qin Feng along with her? She was attending a party organized by the Four Talents of Sky City, a party that only those young masters and misses who came from wealthy families could attend. A country bumpkin like Qin Feng would be blocked by guards before he could enter the venue. Su Xia Tian was eyeing to see the sight of Qin Feng being ridiculed by the guard and despised by everybody in the club. As she giggled, Su Xia Tian suddenly felt a warm sensation spreading from her thigh. When she saw a filthy hand on her thigh, she yelled, "Ah ah ah. What are you doing, Qin Feng? Keep your grubby paws off this mother's thigh." This Qin Feng was bold. No one had ever dared to act vulgar in front of Su Xia Tian since she was born. Please drive nicely, little wife. You almost rammed the car into a tree just now. Do you know how to drive a car? Please don't tell me that you don't have a driving license. I'll have you know, your little hubby's life is very precious. Please don't ever kill me in a car crash. Qin Feng looked at Su Xia Tian nervously, but he didn't even move his hand an inch from her thigh. Scumbag. I got my license when I was 18 years old, and I've driven for 5 years. My driving skill is #1 among women in Sky City. If it weren't for you, how could I possibly drive the car off the road? Ah ah ah. Get your filthy hand off me right now, you rascal. Su Xia Tian deliberately drove at top speed because she thought Qin Feng had never been in a sports car before. So, she wanted to see Qin Feng scream and whimper like a little girl. However, Qin Feng wasn't afraid at all. In fact, he even got fresh with Su Xia Tian. She was so infuriated that she screamed non-stop along the trip. Screech. The car arrived at First Clubhouse at last. In order to vent her feelings, Su Xia Tian performed a cool tail-flicked parking trick. Indeed, her driving skill was excellent. She drifted 360 degrees and parked perfectly in the middle of 2 parking spaces. Get off my car now, scumbag. Later, you go into the club on your own. Starting from now, we're strangers. No, what it should be is I've never known you, asshole. Su Xia Tian furiously pushed Qin Feng out the car. After she shut the door, she started to change her clothes. Before, she wore a conservative black tracksuit. Now, she tore off the tracksuit, revealing the alluring braces skirt inside. The braces skirt was a miniskirt, exposing her white as snow, slender legs to the air after she removed her sports pants. Paired with crystal high heels on her feet, Su Xietian really didn't fail her title as the #1 she-devil in Sky City. She was sexy and energetic. Qin Feng arrived at the first clubhouse's entrance after he alighted from the car. He was halted by the guard before he could enter the building. "Please show us your member card, mister." As a hedonist young master himself, of course Qin Feng knew entering a private high-end club like this required a member card. He also knew Su Xietian intentionally brought him here to get her revenge. "Please wait for a moment, brother. My lady is on her way. I'm her personal bodyguard, tasked with protecting the lady. I'll go in with Miss Su later on." After Qin Feng replied to the guard with a smile, he then stood aside with a calm expression, waiting for Su Xietian. Very soon, a sexy and stylish little beauty walked over on happy feet. Sunlight fell on her body, forming a layer of golden light around her, making the stunning Su Xietian even more dazzling and brilliant. All the passers-by couldn't restrain themselves and fixed their sights on her. However, Su Xietian ignored these people. She was looking gleefully at Qin Feng, who stood outside the club and couldn't get in. Su Xietian was so excited she wanted to shout, "Karma, this is karma. Who asked you to have the guts to infuriate this young miss, you little brat? Do you think the title of #1 she-devil was just all hype? Just see how I'm going to punish you today. Miss Su, you've come. Please get inside now." Qin Feng walked forward as soon as Su Xietian arrived. Su Xietian had to mask her happy-as-lark feeling with a cold and indifferent demeanor. She didn't even give Qin Feng a glance, she just walked directly into the building. She'd said she'd pretend not to know Qin Feng after they alighted from the car. She didn't want to walk together with a rascal like him. It'd be shameful if her friends and those suitors knew she was acquainted with Qin Feng. "Welcome, Miss Su." All the guards knew Su Xietian. She wasn't required to show her member card as her face was practically a diamond card. Qin Feng trailed her leisurely after he saw Su Xietian walk inside. "You guys have worked hard, brothers. Since we are all on the same boat, I understand you too." With a beaming smile, Qin Feng patted the shoulders of those two guards. Neither of them stopped Qin Feng this time. They even hailed him with a smile. "Our job is nothing compared to Big Brother's. You're tasked with taking care of the young miss from the Su family. You're our senior, our role model. It's our fault for not recognizing you earlier. Please don't be angry. It's okay, it's okay. I should get going to protect my lady. Bye. Be at ease." Su Xietian wanted to see a ridiculed Qin Feng. So she didn't walk farther into the building. Instead, she deliberately sat on a couch in the parlor. However, she only saw Qin Feng chit-chatting happily with the two guards, and they were polite to him. The degree of their enthusiasm was like they were seeing her. This enraged Su Xietian greatly. She was so angry that she almost asked this club's manager to fire both guard. "Why didn't you wait for me, little wife?" Qin Feng had already reached her side and was looking at her with a grin. Su Xietian was so startled she almost jumped. She was okay when Qin Feng addressed her as little wife if there was no one around. But now, they were inside the Cardinal Club, a place where the people from Sky City's upper crust gathered. Who there didn't know who she was? She'd rather die than let others hear this appellation. She was just 23 years old, as beautiful as a flower, and her suitors could be lined up from the south gate to the north gate of the city. How could she suddenly become somebody's wife? Moreover, she was a second wife. Stop this nonsense, Qin Feng. I'll tell you now, we're strangers from here on. If not, I'll ask the manager of this club to kick you out. Su Xietian glared at Qin Feng. She wanted to slice his tongue off. Okay, fine. Since little sister Xietian doesn't know how to admire my handsomeness, I should go to flirt with other beauties, then. Don't you be jealous later, Qin Feng countered with a grin. Who was he? He was the #1 seducer in Acropolis City. Since he was in Sky City now, Qin Feng felt he might as well become the #1 seducer in Sky City. In your dreams. Get lost now. Just looking at you makes me want to puke. You're penniless and you want to hook up with a beauty in this club? Ha! You're such a fool. You tickled your mother so much that my canines almost fell out. Su Xietian sneered at Qin Feng, as if she heard a big joke. After that, she stood up and walked into the club, too lazy to say even one more word to Qin Feng. Chapter 318. Chapter 318, Sky City's 4 Talents. In the first clubhouse's men's restroom, 4 men with unordinary auras dressed brightly and neatly were gathered with their heads and voices lowered as if in discussion. The tall and strong Li Yang wearing a purple suit suddenly spoke, "Su Xietian is here." The expressions of the remaining 3 men shifted slightly. Wen Shu, a man with dyed blonde hair and a sky blue suit, said, "The girl really is here. We can implement our plans for today." As for the other 2 men, one was Jiang Man Hong, who wore a white suit and looked tall, fair, and handsome like a prince. The other was Zhao Yusheng, who had the air of a scholar. He wore a grey robe and held a wooden folding fan. These 4 were Sky City's famous 4 talent. "Li Yang, did you see whether or not Su Xietian came alone?" asked Jiang Man Hong. Li Yang nodded. "Yup, alone. She's talking to some women in the clubhouse." Once the 4 men heard that Su Xietian had come alone, knowing smiles filled their faces. Then according to the plan, let talent Jiang play Su Xietian a song first and bring her into our circle. Then, Li Yang, use your perfect body to attract her. At the same time, I'll write her something in calligraphy. Lastly, Wen Shu will give her a good cocktail, and our plan will be mostly complete. Zhao Yusheng reconfirmed everyone's tasks. Each of the 4 talents had their own skills, and they were going to use their specialties to entice Su Xietian and lure her into their clues. Wen Shu, put more of the drug in the drink. We 4 brothers have to take her tonight. Don't make it so that the drug wears off after the first person is done. Don't worry, I specifically got this strong medicine from Africa, so this girl will be in a drunken stupor tonight. The blonde Wen Shu revealed a vulgar smile. The drug shouldn't be too strong, though. If the woman is messed up, then we won't be able to take her and we'll face the consequences. Zhao Yusheng's face darkened slightly. Our plan is already dangerous to begin with. The Su family is Sky City's most powerful family, and the Su elder loves the pair of beautiful sisters the most. Otherwise, with such quality good looks and figure, who knows how many rich young masters would have played with Su Xietian already? This pair of sisters are still virgins because no one dares to provoke the Su family. We'll record footage of tonight as backup to threaten Su Xietian with exposure of what happens. With the video, I think this girl won't reveal the situation to preserve face. But if this girl dies halfway when we're playing with her, then it'll be trouble. The 4 men present were all sons of major families in Sky City, so they were clear on the seriousness of Zhao Yusheng's warning. 3 sets of eyes fell on Wen Shu. Don't worry, though the drug is potent, it's made from natural plants. It won't harm the body or leave any residual effects. Otherwise, I would have just bought a box of drugs in Sky City and there wouldn't have been a need to purposely find someone in Africa to send the goods over. Wen Shu made a solemn vow, and the other 3 men's nervous expressions were eased. The 4 of them exchanged glances, and vulgar smiles reappeared on their faces. Once they thought of how they could do Sky City's number 1 she-devil, Su Xietian, they were so excited that they wanted to shout aloud. Happy collaborating. The 4 of them fist-bumped one another with excitement. Happy collaborating. Then, an unfamiliar voice was heard, scaring the 4 talents and turning their legs to jelly. They immediately looked toward the restroom doorway to see a tall, strong, and handsome man standing there. None of the 4 men recognized him. Brothers, what are you chatting about in the restroom? If you're collaborating, count me in. Qin Feng smiled and walked up to the 4 men. At the same time, he stopped recording on his phone and slipped it into his pants pocket. Who the fuck are you? How did you get in here? Where are the guards? Where are the guards that I stationed at the door? The 4 talents stared at Qin Feng in alarm. They had placed 2 bodyguards at the entrance to prevent anyone else from entering the restroom because they had very important things to discuss. However, Qin Feng now walked in nonchalantly. This defied the 4 talents' understanding. Their hearts were in turmoil, and they were so pale that they were about to break into a cold sweat. They were all very worried. This guy wouldn't have happened to have heard their plan, would he? Guards? You mean those two guys lying asleep by the entrance? Qin Feng walked in, pulled down his zipper, and began to urinate. So those two are your guards. You guys are dressed so lavishly, how could you have found guys like that to be guards? They fell asleep at the doorway to the restroom. Say, how did they fall asleep? Qin Feng appeared as though he cared nothing of the four talents, and he urinated while whistling. The four talents weighed Qin Feng's back with a fierce frigidity. Then, they all nodded in unison and stalked toward Qin Feng. Regardless of whether or not this brat heard their plan, the four talents were going to knock him unconscious, strip him bare, and toss him into the clubhouse. Stinking brat, drink piss. The muscular Li Yang was the first to rush up, while the remaining three talents followed. Li Yang had just uttered half of his insult when he suddenly stopped. Qin Feng had turned and shot a stream of warm yellow liquid at Li Yang, wetting his entire head. Li Yang went from being a handsome, high-spirited guy to a drowned dog stuck in a sticky situation. You called me? Qin Feng turned and looked at Yang Shu in astonishment. He even intentionally shook his ass to spray the other three as well. Fuck, turn back around. No one called you, just keep pissing. Fuck, don't move around. You've gotten it all over me. The restroom was instantly filled with the cries and complaints of the four talents. The four talents had rushed over violently to beat up Qin Feng, and they were all covered in urine. They wanted to die. They shouted stupidly for a good while before running over to the sinks, where they began to rinse their clothes and head. Qin Feng finished urinating, pulled up his pants, and left while whistling. When he passed the sinks, he looked at the four men. Huh? Did you come into the restroom to shower? This isn't a public bath. Did you guys walk into the wrong place? The expressions of the four men darkened, so angered by Qin Feng that they almost spat blood. After washing his hands, Qin Feng used water to style his hair handsomely. He then went to the ballroom of the clubhouse, where lots of men and women were gathered. The men were all clad in tuxedos, ties, and black dress shoes. They put on gentlemanly fronts and flirted with the pretty ladies. The women were all dressed splendidly. They either wore long dresses or chipao of the see-through style. They held glasses of red wine, wore heavy makeup, and chatted about bags and brand-name ways worth tens or hundreds of thousands. This was a social gathering for the upper class. Qin Feng remembered the last time he participated in a similar gathering for the rich and powerful. That was when Han Yingying first came to Acropolis. It felt like a lifetime ago now that he stood in a ballroom again. Handsome, could I have a drink with you? Qin Feng was tall and handsome with an impressive appearance. Once he stepped into the ballroom, a very beautiful woman walked over. Qin Feng took a glass of red wine from the tray a passing waiter held and replied, "That would be my pleasure." Clink. The two of them clinked their glasses. Qin Feng drank the whole glass of wine in one gulp, while the beauty took a small sip. She saw that Qin Feng was a new face, and she wanted to check his background. Who knew if this was the only son of a hidden rich family? Then she'd be in luck. However, when she saw Qin Feng's lowly and rough manner in drinking wine, disappointment and disdain flashed in the beauty's eyes. Beauty, why are you bored after one sip? You should drink the wine in one shot if we're to have a good relationship. Are you not giving this big brother any face? Qin Feng shouted, then wiped his mouth with the back of his hand while looking at the beauty. You're crazy. The beauty glared at Qin Feng, swayed her hips, and walked slowly away. Qin Feng weighed the back of the retreating beauty and smiled slightly. He naturally knew the woman's motive. However, Qin Feng now felt nothing for women like her, so it was wasteful to spend another word on her. Qin Feng looked around and quickly found Su Xiatian surrounded by a group of people. In a gathering for the rich such as this one, a person's social standing could be determined by the number of people surrounding them. In the entire ballroom, Su Xiatian was surrounded by the most people. The first circle was composed of beautiful women, and men only dared to stand in the second circle. This clearly showed that this she-devil was a dominant and powerful young heiress. When Qin Feng looked over, Su Xiatian happened to look in his direction as well, and their eyes met. Qin Feng smiled vulgarly while Su Xiatian bit her lip and glared at Qin Feng. She was afraid Qin Feng would suddenly rush up and greet her. That would be so embarrassing. Su Xietian soon found that her worries were for naught. Though this Qin Feng was shameless and perverted, he kept his word. They previously agreed that they would pretend not to know each other in the clubhouse, so the guy really only glanced at her, then turned and walked in the opposite direction. However, Su Xietian's lips had just curved up into a smile when they completely froze. A man's robust voice echoed in the ballroom, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, I'm going to dedicate a piano piece to the most beautiful and youthful Miss Su Xietian. I hope you'll like it. Qin Feng sat at the piano in the center of the clubhouse. The soft lighting fell on his body. He wore a well-ironed black suit. Today, he wasn't a prince on a white horse, but a dark knight that saves the princess. Qin Feng's hands came down before Su Xietian could refuse. His hands were fair and long. Many women saw them and were ashamed. His 10 fingers came to life. They nimbly and elegantly danced across the black and white keys. Qin Feng had elementary piano skills. His playing was so good that he'd surprised Zhao Lingxian, who was an art student majoring in music. It had also won over the famous celebrity Rao Shaman. Once the elegant piano piece was played, it lingered in the audience's heads and hearts. The noisy and bustling scene immediately quieted, leaving only expressions of content and avid listening. This was the first time Qin Feng played and heard this piano piece, but it seemed as though he had practiced it hundreds or thousands of times. This was the mysteriousness of the elementary piano skills. Qin Feng felt that the Hedonist sovereign system could be renamed to the acting pretentious system. Sky City's 4 talents are here. A startled gasp suddenly came from the audience. The handsome men and beautiful women who were immersed in Qin Feng's piano playing regained their senses and looked toward the entrance of the ballroom. Chapter 319. Chapter 319, Courting Envy. Qin Feng looked over in curiosity. He was one of the 4 princes in Acropolis City, and the top-ranked playboy. He never expected Sky City had a F4 group as well. They even called themselves the 4 talents of Sky City. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth quirked vigorously when he heard their title. These people are even more shameless than I am, so they are the so-called 4 talents. TSK, that really disappoints me. Qin Feng's gaze fell on the 4 talents. When he saw their appearance, Qin Feng's smile grew even broader. Sky City's 4 talents were those 4 bad guys whom Qin Feng had met in the restroom. They were plotting to do something to Su Xietian. These 4 fellows got splashed from top to bottom by Qin Feng not long ago. But now, they showed up in tuxedos and leather shoes. Li Yang, in particular, who had been the first to rush up and get his head drenched by Qin Feng in the restroom, had washed and restyled his hair already. The 4 talents walked in formation with a 50 centimeters spacing between each of them. All of them strided with their heads high and chests puffed out. Their expressions were either cold and prideful or smiling gentlemanly. They were nothing like that bunch of pitiful people in restroom before. Wow! The 4 talents are here. They're so handsome. This person likes the fitness prince the most. He's so hot in a tuxedo. Only his strong physical build could do justice to a tuxedo. I like Jiang Man Hong. His piano playing is outstanding. I like Wen Shu, then. His appearance when making a cocktail is so cool. Zhao Yusheng's great as well. His proficiency in calligraphy is almost as great as those masters. Sky City's 4 talents represented the younger generation of 4 big families in Sky City. Their family backgrounds might not be top-no when the foursome was considered individually. It was only because the 4 of them had formed a group, and at the same time the families backing them collaborated each other, that they could become well-known in Sky City, almost as famous as the #1 noble beauty Su Qiuyu and the #1 she-devil Su Xietian. These 4 guys were tall and handsome. Moreover, each of them had their own specialties and different personalities. Their entrance had caused the beauties to scream with joy. Several beauties had already encircled them and welcomed their arrival before they could enter the ballroom. 4 talents had looked at Su Xietian as soon as they entered the ballroom. The 4 of them then approached her after they ascertained that there were no bodyguards near her. It has been a long time, Miss Su Xia-Tian. You're getting more and more beautiful. For talents hailed Su Xia-Tian casually and sat beside her. On the other hand, Su Xia-Tian wasn't that enthusiastic. She just glanced at the four indifferently in reply. Allow me to play you a wonderful piano piece to show my admiration and respect for you, Miss Su. Jiang Man Hong got to his feet and gazed fondly at Su Xia-Tian. He was renowned as the Prince of Piano. He was the most handsome among the four, cultured and refined, and good at the piano. Wow! His request caused a commotion among the beauties. It was such a wonderful experience for a woman to have Jiang Man Hong personally perform a piano piece. These women eagerly wished he would perform something just for themselves. Su Xia-Tian suddenly looked at Jiang Man Hong. You want to play the piano for me? As she talked, she cast a faint smile at Jiang Man Hong, startling him. This was the first time this woman smiled at him since he'd known her. However, those who knew Su Xia-Tian knew that you had to wa out when this she-devil smiled at you. This was because she was planning to prank you. Of course. It's my greatest honor to play a piano piece for Miss Su. Jiang Man Hong agreed after he pondered for a while. This was the first step of their plan, to acquire Su Xia-Tian's favor through his piano performance. How could the plan fail at his hands? However, a man performed a piece for me earlier on, and he did well. Su Xia-Tian's smile became more intense. She then added, I advise you not to make a fool of yourself if your piano skills aren't as great as his. Jiang Man Hong's countenance sank. He was reputed for his piano skills among the four. How could he tolerate another man stealing his thunder? Where is the man Miss Su mentioned just now? This talent would like meet him in person and see where that little brat comes from. Su Xia-Tian was happy when she saw the infuriated Jiang Man Hong. She would normally give the four talents the cold shoulder. This was because she thought these four fellows were too childish and pretentious. She deliberately agreed to Jiang Man Hong's suggestion to play her a piano piece today because she wanted to put Qin Feng in a sticky situation. Su Xia-Tian's mind was occupied by Qin Feng today. She was almost enraged to death by Qin Feng and she intended to vent her fury by punishing him. There. That guy sitting at the piano. I felt he was so handsome when he was playing it. Su Xia-Tian gazed at Qin Feng like an infatuated girl. Jiang Man Hong sent Qin Feng a fiendish look. There is no one in this sky city who could play piano better than. Jiang Man Hong was dumbstruck before he could finish his words. He almost ran away instinctively the moment he saw Qin Feng. Isn't this the bastard who urinated on everyone in the restroom? However, he calmed down right away. First, this place was Sky City, his territory. Second, he was the most successful man among the younger generation in Sky City, and one of the members of Sky City's four talents. How could he be afraid of some nameless little brat? You just sit here and Princess Xia-Tian. I'll certainly play a masterpiece, and crush his ego. Jiang Man Hong vowed solemnly to Su Xia-Tian. I'm looking forward to your show, Talent Jiang. Su Xia-Tian winked mischievously at Jiang Man Hong. Jiang Man Hong staggered when Su Xia-Tian smiled at him. Su Xia-Tian smiled at me. She even winked at me. Does this mean she's fallen in love with me? Jiang Man Hong suddenly felt full of energy. Even without Su Xia-Tian, he'd already planned to get his revenge on Qin Feng. This fellow dared to pee on the four of them, a feat which no other man in Sky City would dare to do. Not even Su Qiu or Su Xia-Tian. Of course, the four talents were willing to be peed on by both of them. Move away, brat. Jiang Man Hong arrived at Qin Feng's side as everybody looked on. Hey, were you guys done bathing so soon? Qin Feng refused to stand up. Instead, he smiled at Jiang Man Hong. People from the city really know how to enjoy life. Bodyguards sleeping outside restrooms and their masters bathing inside it. Don't tell me you guys even pee and poop in the shower room. Qin Feng's words raised a hubbub among the audience. They were not jeering at Jiang Man Hong but angered by Qin Feng's vulgar and confusing words. In their perspective, these words were a pain in the ears and one shouldn't simply speak such indelicate words at a high-class gathering like this. None of them could restrain themselves, casting disdainful looks at Qin Feng. The awkwardness inside Jiang Manhong's heart faded after he noticed the reaction of the crowd. With a scornful look, he yelled, "I can't fathom why the first clubhouse allowed a peasant worker like you to enter. A rat's dropping can spoil a whole pot of soup. The level of this ballroom has been pulled down by your intolerably vulgar attitude." It was obvious that Jiang Manhong was targeting Qin Feng, and the onlookers naturally would side with Jiang Manhong. All of them started gesticulating at Qin Feng and belittling him. Amused by this scene, Su Xiatian smiled, her big eyes narrowed into two small crescent moons, and tears almost fell from her eyes. However, Qin Feng retained his composure, seemingly ignoring their discussion. He then looked indifferently at Jiang Manhong and said, "Are you looking down on peasant workers?" After that, he glanced at the crowd with a serious demeanor. "All of you, are you looking down on peasant workers?" Qin Feng's voice wasn't loud. But he spoke with inner qi, so his words fell clearly and loudly in the ears of everyone in the ballroom. His voice was sonorous and forceful, full of vigor. "How dare all of you look down on peasant workers? Do you think you're better than them? This clubhouse provided a platform for all of you to play, to act pretentious, to hook up for one-night stands, and to flaunt your wealth. But who built this clubhouse? It was built by those peasant workers, piece by piece, day after day. They earned their pay with their own hands, and worked tirelessly for day and night. You guys are human, are you not? Did you all ever earn a single penny with your own hands? Never. All of you just get money from your parents. You all are a bunch of spendthrifts, hypocrites. You're all over 20 yet you've achieved nothing. Do you guys still think you're superior to those peasant workers? The way I see it, you're all the scum of the world, a horde of gluttonous, blood-sucking maggots. What's good about you if the noble status of yours were taken away? Let me tell you guys, this elder hates hedonist young masters the most. Why hasn't lightning struck?" Qin Feng halted abruptly before he could finish his speech. He suddenly realized he was a hedonist young master himself. The originally lively clubhouse fell silent. Only a couple of angry and fiendish expressions could be seen and the sound of panting could be heard. All of them were a bunch of good-for-nothing young masters and misses who led hedonistic and dissolute lives for more than a decade. They wouldn't felt ashamed and shed tears simply because of Qin Feng's words, they'd only hate him more. What right and position did a bratty little nobody like him have to lecture them? Su Xiatian's pupils constricted as she looked fixedly at Qin Feng. He wasn't the usually vulgar and frivolous Qin Feng. He seemed to have a golden halo surrounding his body, and his aura was so intense that people couldn't breathe. "Me. You're such a glib talker, but you're no better than us, either. Also, please don't twist the meaning of what I just said. I definitely don't despise any profession. I just think you shouldn't appear in a place like this. Your very existence at here is a disgrace to everybody and you even insulted yourself." Jiang Manhong glared icily at Qin Feng. "I don't feel any discomfort here. There are so many beauties for me to admire, even the #1 she-devil of Sky City is here. I like this place very much." Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders. Chapter 320. Chapter 320. The Four Talents Are Pitiful. Teaser. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with a person with a background like yours. Hurry and fuck off. I want to play a piano piece for Miss Su. Jiang Manhong felt that he couldn't beat Qin Feng verbally, so he was going to suppress him by playing the piano. He hadn't heard Qin Feng's performance, but seeing how unpresentable Qin Feng looked, Jiang Manhong didn't even take Qin Feng into any sort of consideration. He was certain this person just casually learned to play a couple of songs to pick up girls. Jiang Manhong achieved level 6 in the nationally recognized piano standard. How could a noob like Qin Feng compare to him? Then play a song, talent Jiang. Good thing I'm here. I can give you some pointers. Qin Feng stood. Jiang Manhong was about to sit down, but when he heard Qin Feng's words, he almost stumbled and fell. This brat was too fucking savage. No, this brat's skin was too fucking thick. Jiang Manhong quickly composed himself. He had an important plan to execute today, And it couldn't be messed up by this lunatic Qin Feng. He wore a white suit, and even his dress shoes and belt were white. He looked like Prince Charming on a white horse as he sat at the piano with the soft light shining on his handsome face. Before he even began to play, a sea of gasps arose from all around. Jiang Man Hong revealed a gentlemanly smile and basked in the feeling of being the center of attention. He slowly lifted his arms, quickly set them on the black and white keys, and began to play dexterously. This was a well-known piece, the piano version of Castle in the Sky. The melody rose and fell, unconstrained. It contained a slightly melancholic rhythm, quickly quieting the audience and made them listen attentively. After the song was over, many people clapped. Many of the heiresses present were expert pianists. They could tell that Qin Feng's world-famous piece was much more difficult than Jiang Man Hong's Castle in the Sky. Also, Qin Feng's fingers were much more nimble, and his control and understanding of music were levels above Jiang Man Hong's. However, since Qin Feng made everyone mad earlier, even if they noticed, they wouldn't mention it. Brat, let's consider this a lesson your big brother has for you today. Now you know what a real piano performance is. Jiang Man Hong basked proudly in all the applause he received, and even provoked Qin Feng. Qin Feng smiled lightly, then sat at the piano once again. I, Qin Feng, am a person who stands by my word. Earlier, I said I was going to instruct you, so I'm not going to eat my words. As such, the song you played was horrible. Qin Feng had just finished speaking when his fingers began to dance across the piano keys. If one were to rank Qin Feng's elementary piano skills, it would be equivalent to a nationally recognized level 10 expert. How could Jiang Man Hong, a level 6 pianist, compare? Tinkle, tinkle, tinkle. An elegant and beautiful tune was heard once again, and it was Castle in the Sky, which Jiang Man Hong had just played. However, when Qin Feng played, the song had a very different feel to it. It was animated and happy with a distant hint of worried consideration. It didn't only elicit one emotion, but drew out a complex variety of them, like an unopened can of rainbow candy. Every color represented an emotion, and they surged from the depths of everyone's souls. He's actually playing with one hand. Someone shouted in surprise, causing the audience to regain their senses. Qin Feng had a hand behind his back and was playing the iconic song with just his right hand and his feet, pushing the piece to new height. Though many people disliked Qin Feng, they couldn't help but admit that they had to bow down to Qin Feng's superb piano performance. They had either expressions of contentment or faces of excited immersion in the beautiful music. They had no way of getting themselves out. As long as Qin Feng didn't stop, they seemed to be unable to escape of their trance. Jiang Man Hong was stunned, and his eyes almost fell out of his skull. The other three talents were also stunned. They could all tell that Qin Feng's performance was far superior to Jiang Man Hong's. Su Xia Tian was also briefly dazed. Listening to the song evoked memories of her colorful childhood, the happy days when she still had her parents with her. Thump. The last note fell, and Qin Feng stood. He wandered up to Jiang Man Hong and smiled lightly at him as he asked, "Talent Jiang, did you learn something?" At this, Jiang Man Hong regained his senses and stared coldly at Qin Feng. He knew that his piano skills were indeed inferior to Qin Feng's, and his prior words were like needles stabbing him in the chest. Though he was angry and unwilling to accept the reality, he couldn't utter a word. "I'd like to gift that song I just played to Miss Su Xia Tian as well. I hope you liked it, Miss Su." Qin Feng spoke gently, and the audience slowly came back to themselves. Many people began to look at Qin Feng differently. In particular, some heiresses were sending Qin Feng coquettish glances. Haha. They're both expert pianists and they both played equally well. Since Jiang Man Hong failed, Li Yang immediately stepped forward. With a flourish, he removed his purple jacket and tossed it aside. He wore a white dress shirt, and the shirt was extremely thin. Under the magnificent lights, one could make out his firm pecs and sexy 8-pack. Wow! Li Yang is my favorite among the 4 talents. Look at his muscles. I want to go up and feel them. He truly is a fitness god. His body is such a perfect inverted triangle. How nice it would be if he took off his shirt as well. Li Yang had the best body among the 4 talents and was known as the fitness god. He purposely flexed his muscles after taking off his jacket, immediately eliciting a wave of cheers. "Miss Su, you're the top heiress in Sky City. Let me, Li Yang, stay by your side and act as your personal bodyguard." Li Yang's words made the other beautiful women jealous. The mere thought of one of the 4 talents, Li Yang, volunteering to be their personal bodyguard made many women blush. "I don't have much of an opinion regarding your becoming my personal bodyguard, but you have to first prove your abilities." Su Xietian looked nonchalantly at Li Yang. She didn't care much about his muscles. "How do you want me to prove myself, Miss Su?" Li Yang's eyes brightened. Su Xietian really was different today. She agreed so easily. "You saw that piano-playing guy from earlier. He looks really cocky and he embarrassed Jiang Man Hong, one of your 4 talents. Go suppress him. If you can make him lose face once, that'll prove that you're capable and I'll consider making you my personal bodyguard," said Su Xietian indifferently. Li Yang laughed, sneered internally. He hated Qin Feng the most because in the restroom earlier, Qin Feng soaked his entire head. Now that Su Xietian also hated the guy, and even told him to teach the guy a lesson, Li Yang was unspeakably happy. "Qin Feng, right? Your piano skills aren't bad. Would you be interested in competing with me as well?" Li Yang smiled and arrived before Qin Feng. "Oh, you changed your hairstyle quick. Didn't you have a bowl cut earlier? Now you have an afro." Qin Feng smiled at Li Yang. "Not bad, not bad. Rich people really are willful. You even change your hairstyle 3 times a day." Li Yang was so angry at Qin Feng that he almost spat blood. How could he not tell what Qin Feng was alluding to? The scene in the restroom where Li Yang got his head soaked immediately came to mind, and his stomach churned with anger. "Do you have the guts to compete with me or not? Why would I compete with you? If I win, will I gain a lot of face?" Qin Feng looked at Li Yang like he was looking at a fool. The audience surrounded and weighed the 2 of them converse. When have the 4 talents ever been slapped in the face by someone? But they seem to be out of luck today. If you beat me, then I'll give you 100,000 yuan." Li Yang was desperate. He had to lure Qin Feng into competing with him. Otherwise, how else could he miss the opportunity to defeat Qin Feng and become Su Xietian's personal bodyguard? What poor taste. What childishness. Qin Feng glanced at Li Yang. A mouthful of fresh blood almost sprayed out of Li Yang's mouth. This guy was actually calling him childish. "Why you afraid of me? That's why you don't want to compete. Am I right?" Li Yang now attempted to use psychological methods to tempt Qin Feng. "You're right. I'm afraid of you. There's something wrong with your brain. I'm really afraid that if you keep talking, I'll go crazy as well." Qin Feng spoke while walking up to Su Xietian. Li Yang had an icy expression as he followed Qin Feng, looking like his underling. Wherever Qin Feng went, he went as well. "Then tell me what you want me to do to get you to compete with me." Li Yang felt defeated by Qin Feng. In the face of this guy, he was helpless. "Beg me, and be sincere. If you can move me, then I'll think about it." Qin Feng sat at a table and smiled as he cast flirty glances at Su Xietian. Su Xietian was so angry that she stamped her foot, turned away, and pretended not to know Qin Feng. All the rich young masters and heiresses were stunned. They were all wide-eyed, their mouths were agape, and they looked like they wanted to eat their fists. Were these really Sky City's distinguished, uninhibited, and insufferably arrogant 4 talents? Why were they all so pitiful today? First, Jiang Man Hong's piano skills were subpar and Qin Feng taught him a lesson. Now, Li Yang was like an underling begging Qin Feng to fight him. Who was this Qin Feng that the 4 talents were so set on him? Did he really have that strong a reputation? Li Yang's fists were clenched so tightly that they made cracking noises. For a talent like him, begging Qin Feng to compete with him was worse than death. However, when Li Yang saw the looks the other 3 talents cast his way, he could only internally admit his mistake. Since they still had a plan to complete today, and Li Yang was certain he wouldn't lose this competition, he didn't really mind begging Qin Feng for now. Later, when they competed, He would ruthlessly slap this brat in the face and release the rage within him. He would make sure Qin Feng couldn't even lift his head. Okay. I'm begging you to compete with me. Once Li Yang said this, a sea of gasps came from all around. Chapter 321. Chapter 321. Please make up your mind. Do you want to take it out or not? Were they still the cold and prideful, pretentious F4 group? Were they still the high and mighty 4 talents of Sky City in everybody's heart? I can't feel your sincerity. Your expression is blank and your voice is flat. Just forget about it. You should find another person for a competition. Qin Feng scoffed, waving his hand. He'd discovered the conspiracy of the 4 talents at the restroom. He also knew these 4 fellows would proactively come looking for trouble with him because of Su Xietian's provocation. Qin Feng realized the world was too sinister. He just wanted to be a low-profile flower boy at Sky City. Why did everybody have to target him? However, Qin Feng relaxed soon after. Well, it wasn't his fault that he was a prodigy brimming with talent. He was simply born to be envied by others. Brother Qin Feng, it's our destiny to meet each other today. Can you have a friendly ma with me to commemorate the beginning of our friendship? Although Li Yang spoke with a friendly expression, he was actually angered to death in his heart. Qin Feng was Su Xietian's only companion, so he had to protect her. Since somebody was plotting against Su Xietian, Qin Feng couldn't remain indifferent anymore. He then answered Li Yang with a smile. How do you want to compete with me, Talent Li? Li Yang jumped with joy when Qin Feng agreed to the duel. It's just a simple ma. Friendship first, competition second. How about arm wrestling? Li Yang's words stirred up the crowd. Although Li Yang looked harmless now, appearances were deceptive. His muscle strength and sheer power were the top among the 4 talents. During their debut, many young masters loathed them and challenged them to duels. As a result, countless Herculeans had lost to Li Yang in arm wrestling. Most of the challengers had their arms broken by Li Yang. In the most minor case, someone had his fingers snap. Sima Zhao's ill intent is known to all. And now, Li Yang wanted to arm wrestle with Qin Feng. It was obvious that he wanted to destroy Qin Feng at this point. Okay. Arm wrestling is good, easy, and straightforward. I like it. Qin Feng agreed. He then added, that ancient clad in a robe is one of the 4 talents, right? Isn't he going to want to have a calligraphy contest with me later? Let's cut to the chase. I'll arm wrestle with you using one hand and have a calligraphy contest with him using the other. 2 contests at a time, it'll be more efficient. Everybody's jaw dropped to the floor when they heard Qin Feng's suggestion. The 4 talents' expressions were malicious when they looked at Qin Feng again. This was because they were certain that Qin Feng had overheard their secret plan. Otherwise, how would he know Zhao Yusheng wanted to do calligraphy? Zhao Yusheng got to his feet. He sent a gloomy glare at Qin Feng and said, This elder should fulfill your death wish. Then, Qin Feng ignored their expressions and sat opposite Li Yang. A tea table on the left side had been cleared and the 4 treasures of the study were put on it. As soon as Zhao Yusheng sat by that tea table, he'd picked up his writing brush and dipped it in ink already. Qin Feng had acquired an elementary-grade Thunder Tiger Fists, elementary-grade piano skill, and elementary-grade calligraphy skill during his first lottery. After that, he got an intermediate-grade car racing skill and intermediate-grade painting skill from the second lottery. He had never used the elementary-grade calligraphy skill before, so he thought today was the right time for him to use this skill. Otherwise he might grow rusty if he didn't use it for a long time. Qin Feng clamped his right hand with Li Yang's while holding a writing brush with his left hand, dipping it in ink. Both contests began at the same time. Li Yang brought to bear all his strength as soon as the battle started, planning to break Qin Feng's arm before Qin Feng could write calligraphy. He also planned to retire Qin Feng from the rest of contest. However, the situation didn't go as he planned. He'd gone all out, but Qin Feng's arm was as steady as a hill and didn't budge even an inch. Besides, he also noticed Qin Feng seemingly hadn't used any of his strength yet. Qin Feng didn't even pay attention to his right hand, concentrating instead on writing on the Xian paper. Some voices wafted from the onlookers surrounding them. Su Xia-tian, in particular, was astounded. She'd never imagined a country bumpkin like Qin Feng would be so arrogant and domineering. Li Yang's right hand bulged with veins, large drops of sweat started to ooze from his forehead. He was ashamed and annoyed because he heard somebody talking behind his back. He was the powerhouse of 4 talents, an undefeatable entity. How could he meet a monstrous Qin Feng today? He even began to wonder whether this kid stuck his arm to the tea table. Bang! A loud noise came from the crowd. This noise startled everyone. Some jumped a step back while some covered their mouths and screamed. The battle between Qin Feng and Li Yang was over. Qin Feng had suddenly exerted immense strength and slammed Li Yang's arm into the tea table, embedding his entire arm in the solid wood tabletop. Li Yang couldn't get it out now. At the same time, Qin Feng had finished his calligraphy and elegantly thrown down the writing brush in his left hand. Li Wang was trying hard to pull his arm out of the wooden table. He was in so much pain that he yelped every time he moved his arm. However, nobody noticed his condition as everyone's attention was focused on Qin Feng's and Zhao Yusheng's Xian papers. Zhao Yusheng was renowned as the master of calligraphy in Sky City. Last year, a calligraphy master praised his calligraphy skill at a calligraphy exhibition in the provincial capital, and due to the recognition of that calligraphy master, he had been catapulted to fame. His calligraphy was so popular that some rich and power in Sky City paid large sums for his inscription. Now, Zhao Yusheng had finished his calligraphy as well. There were only 4 characters on his Xian paper. Ignorant and illiterate plebeian. These 4 characters were written using orthodox regular script. These characters were neat and the strength used were uniform. These 4 characters seemed to have grown out from the Xian paper. The ink marks were substantial, and the strokes were natural and unforced, vivid and lifelike. Everybody knew these 4 characters were meant to insult Qin Feng. Zhao Yusheng didn't pass up the opportunity to insult Qin Feng even though it was a contest. This showed that he was very confident. In his eyes, this contest was merely a game for him to suppress and ridicule Qin Feng. Nice writing. Talent Zhao indeed is a genius calligrapher among the younger generation in Sky City. I'd want to collect this masterpiece if we could change the text. Hey, all of us are young masters, so how come the 4 of you are so talented while we aren't? So handsome. Talent Zhao's handwriting is as good-looking as his appearance. Those who saw Zhao Yusheng's calligraphy couldn't restrain themselves and praised him. Without a doubt, Zhao Yusheng really had some foundation in calligraphy. Besides, very few people would write with gel ink pen nowadays, much less a brush. So Zhao Yusheng was just required to show a tip of the iceberg of his penmanship and he could stun everybody. Wow! What's this? Even though I can't read a single word, but it feels so domineering and unrestrained. An exclamation rose among the crowd when everybody was busy flattering Zhao Yusheng. Everybody was flabbergasted when their gaze fell on Qin Feng's Xian paper. Qin Feng had written a long segment of an ancient poem. There were hundreds of words on Qin Feng's Xian paper. Each and every word galloped like horses, wanton and uninhibited. Qin Feng seemed to have granted them life. They were now galloping and soaring freely on Xian paper. They were like a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses, or an army battalion fighting fiercely on a battlefield. Even though the handwriting was hard to understand, it could boost the morale of anyone who saw it. Wild scribble. It's cursive script. Finally somebody from the crowd was able to recognize Qin Feng's handwriting. It was cursive script, the hardest to learn and master in Chinese calligraphy. This type of script was loose and ski. Not only did it take years to master this script, it required the calligraphy to have a wild-minded and bohemian characteristic as well. How could a person write true wild cursive script without a wide-ranging and carefree life experience? Zhao Yusheng was astounded. He stared at Qin Feng's Xian paper with a pale expression, unable to accept the truth. Zhao Yusheng never imagined Qin Feng could write such a beautiful and wild script at the same time as he was arm wrestling with Li Yang. Furthermore, it was an ancient poem with 150 words. How could he accomplish this amazing feat in such a short time? Not even he, Zhao Yusheng, could have done it. He could only write at most 50 words in the same amount of time. Aya, Talent Li, what's wrong with your arm? Who the fuck did this to you? Didn't we agree to put our friendship ahead of the contest? We battled wholeheartedly. Whose heart is so wicked to do such thing to you? While everybody was stunned by Qin Feng's cursive script, he suddenly looked at Li Yang, who had been putting all his effort into extracting his arm from the wooden table. The corner of Li Yang's mouth quirked vigorously. He almost ranted in anger, but he choked it off at last. This was because he knew only Qin Feng could help him remove his arm. Is this person human or a demon? How come he has such a terrifying strength? Li Yang glared at Qin Feng and said, Qin Feng, help me to extract my arm now. With a couple of strides, Qin Feng arrived at Li Yang's side. He then asked earnestly, Talent Li, do you really want to take it out? I think it's good to have a tea table hanging on your arm when you go out next time. You could sit down and have a cup of tea if you're tired of walking. TSK. Seems like my view is too narrow. People from the city really know how to entertain themselves. You son of a bai, cursed Li Yang in his heart. He then pasted a smile on his face and said to Qin Feng, that's a good joke, brother Qin Feng. Anyway, please help me to take out my arm first. Well, since Talent Li insists, I'm glad to give you a hand. As soon as Qin Feng finished his words, he grabbed Li Yang's arm with his large hand and pulled it out instantly. It was just that Qin Feng's strength was too powerful. The skin and flesh of Li Yang's arm were scraped by the wood splinters in the tea table. It was so painful that he wailed like a ghost and howled like a wolf. Seeing Li Yang's anguish expression, Qin Feng slammed Li Yang's arm back into the table again with a bang. With a puzzled face, he then asked Li Yang, Talent Li, do you want me to take it out or not? Please make up your mind. You're confusing me. Chapter 322. Chapter 322. This is my personal bodyguard. Li Yang's arm was pushed and pulled. It hurt so much that he wanted to die. The skin and flesh of his arm was almost torn by the edges of the wooden table. The fresh blood streaming out was frightening to see. His expression was malevolent. He breathed heavily, the veins in his forehead bulging, beads of sweat as large as beans dripping from his head. He angrily clenched his teeth as he glared at Qin Feng. However, he was completely helpless against him. See, could you pull my arm out? And don't push it back this time, Li Yang said through clenched teeth, seething. Qin Feng shook his head, looking at Li Yang with disdain, and said, don't bother me anymore. I know you're toying with me. When I pull your arm out, you'll tell me to hit it back in. And after I hit it back in, you'll tell me to pull it back out again. You city people, why do you like playing such senseless games? Though I, Qin Feng, am poor, I have my pride. I won't be played by you like a pawn. This is my bottom line as a human being, Qin Feng complained as he shook his head. His serious expression made Li Yang want to kill him. Miss Su Xiatian, I personally made this 7-colored rainbow for you. I hope you'll like it. While the audience was focused on Qin Feng, Zhao Yusheng, and Li Yang, when Shu walked over in a light blue suit, bringing a cocktail. Among the 4 talents, he was an expert drink mixer. The 7-colored rainbow in his hand was his specialty. The wine glass contained different spirits of varying alcohol content, with each spirit forming one of 7 layers. The layers were incomparably vibrant and as beautiful as a rainbow. This beautiful cocktail whetted the viewer's appetite and made them want to taste it. The heiresses all around were practically drooling, and they were increasingly jealous of Su Xiatian. On this night, all of the 4 talents were trying to gain her favor. It would be so nice if Wen Shu could make me such a beautiful 7-colored rainbow too. Wen Shu arrived beside Su Xiatian and extended the wine glass in his hand to her. Miss Su, because the temperature of the glass will change in a bit, the alcohol content of the spirits will also change, messing up the drink, and the 7-colored rainbow won't look good anymore. Wen Shu had a polite expression, and there was a slight smile on his handsome face. He and the other 3 talents had their gazes pinned to the glass in Su Xiatian's hand. All of the 4 talents' plans had been spoiled by Qin Feng tonight. Now, all of their hopes depended on this cocktail. Su Xietian raised the glass and stared at the rainbow for a while. Then, she slowly moved her lips toward the drink to take a sip. She'd spent an entire night weighing this show before her, and she felt a bit thirsty. Wait. Su Xietian's lips hadn't even touched the rim of the glass when Qin Feng walked up to her with a smile. Without Su Xietian's consent, he grabbed the glass in her hand and lifted it up to examine it in the light. Talent Wen, tell me, if you put drugs in your cocktail, would it be visible in the light? Qin Feng smiled at Wen Shu, and in Wen Shu's eyes, the smile was as frightening as a devil. Wen Shu tried to keep his trembling legs from shaking, and he feigned calmness as he looked at Qin Feng. What the hell are you saying, brat? Hurry and give the drink back to Miss Su Xietian. I made the drink especially for her. You don't have the right to taste it. Qin Feng wagged his index finger and laughed. No, no, no. I never said I would drink this. This drink contains a potent drug from Africa. My body is already strong enough. I don't need a plaything like this to make me stronger. Chem. You said that you made this drink for Miss Su specifically. Then that means you drugged Miss Su's drink on purpose. Once Qin Feng said this, a wave of gasps arose from all around. Wen Shu was a bit frazzled, and alarm flashed through the other three talents' faces. If Su Xietian discovered tonight's plan to drug her, they didn't dare imagine the consequences. Jiang Manhong and Zhao Yusheng now arrived beside Wen Shu. The three of them confronted Qin Feng together. Li Yang also wanted to join the fight, but his arm remained embedded in the coffee table and he still couldn't get it out. Qin Feng, where the hell did you come from? Why have we never seen you in Sky City? You didn't come here to purposely frame Wen Shu, did you? Brother Jiang is right. Your identity is very suspicious. Who are you exactly? Jiang Manhong and Zhao Yusheng changed the topic and pointed the tip of the spear at Qin Feng's head. In the first clubhouse, everyone had money and power. How could an irrelevant person come in so easily? Unless this person was a bad guy and he snuck into the clubhouse to kill someone and cause trouble, then who would assume the responsibility for this? Since the four talents stepped forward and questioned Qin Feng's identity, the beautiful manager of the first clubhouse showed up immediately. If there was something problematic about Qin Feng's identity, then the first clubhouse would bear all the responsibility. Manager Lin, perfect timing. I'm suspicious of this brat's identity. I want to see his membership card, said Zhao Yusheng as he looked at Manager Lin. A membership card was necessary to enter the first clubhouse. However, Qin Feng was a new face at the clubhouse, so it was the first time everyone had seen him. Zhao Yusheng had reason to believe that Qin Feng snuck his way in. In a difficult situation, Manager Lin looked at Qin Feng. Sir, may I please trouble you to present your membership card? According to the clubhouse's rules, since everyone that entered had a membership card, she had no right to re-inspect it. However, between Qin Feng and Sky City's four talents, of course Manager Lin would choose the four talent. Membership card? It's not too late to make one now, right? Qin Feng laughed. Surprised cries and discussion arose in the crowd. This person really didn't have a membership card and he easily admitted it. But how did he get in? The audience kept guessing at Qin Feng's identity, and the four talents finally smiled. Zhao Yusheng turned to the beautiful manager and said, Manager Lin, this is your first clubhouse's dereliction of duty, and your negligence at work. How could you let someone without a membership card in so easily? Look at what this hoodlum has done after coming in. Look at how Talent Li's arm is still stuck. The first clubhouse won't be able to shirk responsibility for this. What do you have to say about this? Manager Lin's clear forehead was covered with small beads of sweat. She couldn't understand how Qin Feng had gotten in without a membership card. When she saw how he'd beaten up Talent Li Yang, she thought his methods were quite funny. Manager Lin used all her might to suppress her laughter, then looked coldly at the two guards behind her and said, Take Mr. Qin to the lobby. I'll call the police right now and have them take care of this. Talent Zhao, are you satisfied with this? It's not about my satisfaction. This is negligence by the first clubhouse. Send a couple more guards to WA the brat. He's really strong. Who knows whether or not he'll escape, murmured Zhao Yusheng. Okay. I'll take care of it right now. Originally, Qin Feng caught Wen Shu red-handed and was going to reveal the 4 talents for what they really were, but now the 4 talents joined forces to control Qin Feng and get him arrested and detained. And it had to be mentioned that this meeting of the rich was like the feast at Hongmen. With a bit of carelessness, it became a mess. Wait. When Su Xietian, who had kept quiet until now, saw the 2 guards restraining Qin Feng, she stood up suddenly, looked indifferently at Qin Feng, then said emotionlessly, "This person is my bodyguard. I brought him here secretly to protect me." The 4 talents were stunned, and so was everyone else present. The 2 guards who were holding Qin Feng's arms immediately released him in fright. They looked as though they had touched a scalding taro. Who was Su Xietian? Sky City's #1 she-devil. The Su Elder's precious granddaughter. Who the hell would have the guts to oppose her? If Qin Feng really was Su Xietian's bodyguard, then he was of a higher status than even some of the rich young masters and heiresses present. What right did the 2 security guards have to detain Qin Feng? Even the first clubhouse's manager Lin was at a loss. Bodyguard. Su Xietian's undercover bodyguard. At this time, the 4 talents were dumbstruck, and Su Xietian's words played in their heads in an endless loop. They were so shocked that their legs turned to jelly. And here they were, carrying out some stupid plan to drug Su Xietian. This plan had been discovered by Su Xietian's bodyguard in the restroom right from the beginning. When they thought about how strange Su Xietian was acting today and how she intentionally let everyone compete with Qin Feng, the 4 talents suddenly realized the truth. Tonight, they had been played by the little she-devil, and she kept everyone in the dark the whole time. This was blatant humiliation, but the 4 talents had no time to care about whether or not it was humiliating. Now that Su Xietian knew about the drugging plan, they didn't dare continue with it. How would Sky City's #1 she-devil punish them? That's right. Qin Feng is my undercover bodyguard. Do you still want to arrest him? Su Xietian noticed everyone standing there stupidly, so she repeated herself in an even stronger manner. She hated Qin Feng, and she wanted to see him make a fool of himself. Seeing him get taken away by the first clubhouse's security guards would be great, but she felt apprehensive due to one problem. Since Qin Feng was her older sister's guest, if he really was taken away by the first clubhouse's security guards and sent to the police station, her older sister would have to personally come out and have him released. Then, when her sister speaks to Qin Feng and discovers that she brought Qin Feng to the first clubhouse and didn't save him, wouldn't she be the one to get punished in the end? Su Xietian wasn't that stupid. Thus, she stepped forward to protect Qin Feng. Chapter 323. Chapter 323. Is this guy an international secret agent? For Talent's brains were spinning fast in puzzlement. With Su Xietian's fiery and strong temperament, she would have started a war against everybody if she'd learned their plan. How come she was so calm? Manager Lin had regained her senses. Oh. So Mr. Qin is Miss Su's personal bodyguard. I'm very sorry for the misunderstanding. Manager Lin would rather be dead than be caught in this kind of sticky situation. Shall we end it here, Talent Zhao? Manager Lin sought Zhao Yusheng's opinion after she'd apologized to Su Xietian. Zhao Yusheng was analyzing Su Xietian's mind and predicting her next actions. However, he waited for a long time, but this missy didn't make any moves. Hee. Since Mr. Qin is Miss Su's personal bodyguard, then we should end it here. Zhao Yusheng bowed slightly to Su Xietian. We didn't know Mr. Qin's identity earlier on, so please kindly forgive us for any trouble we may have brought you, Miss Su. Su Xietian loathed the 4 talents, who'd only speak platitudes. She stood up and arrived at Qin Feng's side as everybody looked on. See what you have done, rascal. Let's go home now. Su Xietian glared at Qin Feng and bustled out from the clubhouse. Qin Feng smiled at the 4 talents and followed her out. Su Xietian and Qin Feng were the highlights of the night. Many people sighed at their departure. The 4 talents, on the other hand, couldn't maintain their composure anymore. What the hell is going on? The four talents went to the restroom again, gathering in a circle with troubled expressions. I'm very sure that Qin Feng overheard our secret plan, Zhao Yusheng said with a stern voice. His face was so frosty that everything near him might freeze. What a cunning man. He knocked out our bodyguards, hid behind the door, and eavesdropped on our plan. I never expected him to be Su Xiatian's personal bodyguard. Does this mean our secret plan has been laid bare? Jiang Man Hong shed his gentlemanly facade, revealing a demonically fiendish expression. I don't think he'd just listen. Zhao Yusheng sighed. He must have recorded our conversation and will use it as blackmailing material. Fuck. The other three cursed, frightened by Zhao Yusheng's word. This secret was lethal to them. The Su family could eliminate their families at any time if that family ever learned of this secret. But I wonder why Su Xiatian didn't throw a tantrum just now. It's so totally unlike her. Wen Shu pondered after the atmosphere fell silent for a moment. All of them had the same doubt, unable to get it through their heads. Three of them then looked at Zhao Yusheng. This person was the brain of four talents. He was quick-witted and most of the time it was he who would make the decisions. Maybe Su Xiatian was reluctant to. Zhao Yusheng let out a long sigh. The plan for tonight had failed miserably and this cracked his confidence. This was the first time he'd lost to someone. The Su family is the largest and most influential family in Sky City, immensely powerful, with the wealth of a nation. They are totally out of our league if our families split up. However, each of us represents our respective families, we're united as one, and the families backing us are allies. So, even though Su Xiatian knew our plan, she couldn't act carelessly. This is because it'd be considered a declaration of war against our four families if she really flipped out at the first clubhouse. There'd be no winner in this war. It'd just be an arduous and thankless task that would only damage the strength of both sides badly. So Su Xiatian decided to step down. She didn't explode, but will be holding on to the secret of our four families, and she will certainly use this secret to threaten us, or to seek some benefits from our family. Zhao Yusheng's countenance became grave as he spoke. Before, I thought Su Xiatian was a willful chick that hadn't grown up, and that she was a lot worse than her mature sister. Now it seems that those two women of the Su family are profound. We might have a rough time after this. The three other talents' faces became ill after they heard Zhao Yusheng's analysis. They'd concocted a secret plan against Su Xiatian and at the end of the day, they'd fallen into her trap instead. They were like a bunch of dumb people tasting bitter herbs, unable to express their suffering. Hey, did I allow you to get into my car, rascal? Get the fuck out of my car now. Su Xiatian started bickering with Qin Feng as soon as she came out from the clubhouse. However, only Su Xiatian kicked up a fuss. Qin Feng was happy. It's very impolite not to bring me back after you took me out, little wife. You're an heiress from a reputable family. I think your sister will be very mad if I tell her about your bad attitude. Qin Feng leaned into the passenger seat comfortably and stared at Su Xiatian's legs without the slightest scruple. Scoundrel, big bad wolf. After Su Xiatian sent a frosty glare at Qin Feng, she stomped on the accelerator and the sports car hurtled forward like a beast. Qin Feng admired the sight racing past outside the window, his head pillowed on his hands. His countenance suddenly became grave. Please be extra cautious with those four talents next time, Xiatian. Su Xiatian was slightly stunned. Qin Feng had been a frivolous, lascivious rascal in her mind. She was not used to it when Qin Feng called her name instead of little wife with a stern expression. Seems like you're not accustomed to my sudden change. Aren't you? Qin Feng looked at Su Xiatian. Su Xiatian nodded her head. She noticed that she didn't really know Qin Feng. Haha. Me too. I think calling you little wife is much nicer. Qin Feng suddenly guffawed. The corner of Su Xiatian's mouth quirked and she almost flipped the car. Rascal, pervert, shameless, beast. Su Xiatian blurted out all the vulgarities she knew. Even so, she still couldn't vent the discontent that had built up all afternoon. Qin Feng gazed at Su Xiatian's curled cherry lips when she was angry, then he became serious again. Xia Tian, I really mean it. Please stay away from those 4 talents. Su Xia Tian wouldn't believe Qin Feng as she was just ridiculed by him. She stared at him and scoffed, it's none of your business. Although I think those 4 talents don't deserve their reputation, I believe they are 100 times better than you little brat. You rascal. Qin Feng played the recording in his cell phone without waiting for Su Xia Tian to finish her word. Su Xia Tian is here. This was Li Yang's voice. Su Xia Tian's countenance became grave in an instant when she heard the voice. The girl really is here. We can implement our plans for today. Wen Shu's voice followed. Li Yang, did you see whether or not Su Xia Tian came alone? Jiang Man Hong spoke as well. Yup, alone. She's talking to some women in the clubhouse. Then according to the plan, let Talent Jiang play Su Xia Tian a song first and bring her into our circle. Then, Li Yang, use your perfect body to attract her. At the same time, I'll write her something in calligraphy. Lastly, Wen Shu will give her a good cocktail, and our plan will be mostly complete, said Zhao Yusheng. Su Xia Tian's countenance became graver when she heard the voices of Sky City's 4 talent. Although she was willful and playful, when it came to important issues, she took them seriously. A bad premonition arose within her when Su Xia Tian heard the 4 talents furtively plotting to do something on her. Wen Shu, put more of the drug in the drink. We 4 brothers have to take her tonight. Don't make it so that the drug wears off after the first person is done. Don't worry, I specifically got this strong medicine from Africa, so this girl will be in a drunken stupor tonight. Screech. Su Xia Tian's face had darkened totally. She slammed on the brake, and the car spun around in place. She then swiveled the steering wheel and shot back toward the first clubhouse in the reverse direction. What are you doing? Seeing her dangerous action, Qin Feng hastily pulled the steering wheel. Su Xia Tian glared icily at Qin Feng. Let go. I'm going back to the first clubhouse to fucking kill those 4 bastards. Qin Feng's face turned grim. He'd known this lass couldn't hold her fury. He then thought to himself, I should have waited until we got back to the Su mansion before playing this recording for her. You're going against the traffic. It's very dangerous. Pull over now. Qin Feng exchanged glances with Su Xia Tian, refusing to back down. Su Xia Tian was extremely stubborn, not even 10 cows could pull her back if she was determined to do something. Her high heel was firm on the accelerator, and the sports car was still speeding against the traffic. Qin Feng was angered. He waved his large hand, and pulled Su Xia Tian directly from the driver's seat. It was just that he was unsure which part of her body he grabbed in desperation. He just felt it was soft and spongy. Ah. Release your hand, Qin Feng. It's too painful. How dare you attack my boobs, you pervert bastard. I'm going to fucking kill you. Su Xia Tian sat in Qin Feng's arms and hammered her little pink fists on Qin Feng's pecs. Qin Feng didn't feel anything as he was wearing his flying dragon armor. He hastily slid into the driver's seat and took control of the sports car. With a beautiful and clean tail flick, he flung the sports car back to the original driving lane. Su Xia Tian stopped her attack. She sat in the passenger seat and stared blankly at Qin Feng. The drift Qin Feng performed just now was too cool. He was able to complete a series of movements in such a short distance, and that virtuosic driving skill robbed Su Xia Tian of speech. Suddenly, Su Xia Tian thought back to Qin Feng's amazing feats at the first clubhouse. Prince of piano, king of power, master of calligraphy, highly skilled driver. Su Xia Tian suddenly realized Qin Feng couldn't be a penniless peasant worker. This person must be an international secret agent. For a momentary thrill, you'd send the Su family into the heart of a storm. You'd push your sister and family into a living hell. Maybe the Su family would win the war, but it would suffer greatly. Sooner or later, it would no longer have the power and wealth of the #1 family in Sky City. Many families coveting the role of #1 family would stir and mobilize against you. They'd all continue to suppress you and seize and split your power and wealth. The end would be tragic. The Su family would fall from the ranks of the powerful family clans. The rich young masters that coveted your older sister's beauty and yours would then have no more reservations. They would kidnap you too and forcefully ravish your bodies. They might even sell you to Africa and make you prostitutes. Then, they'll sell you to Vietnam and make you cheap wives. Say no more. Don't saying anything else. Su Xietian blanched. She was so afraid that she cut Qin Feng off. Though she was mischievous and immature by nature, her intellect was sound and mature. She understood everything that Qin Feng explained. Also, she felt that the possibility Qin Feng spoke of was very high. If she went back to cripple the 4 talents right now, the Su family would really fall into the pits of hell. When Su Xietian was really young, her parents died in a car accident. She had a thoughtless personality, but in this world, there were still 2 people whom she loved and cherished, and would use her life to protect. One was her older sister, Su Qiuyu, and the other was the Su elder, Su Haonan. Su Xietian could be stubborn and irrational, but she couldn't hurt her 2 family members. Qin Feng, then what should I do? They went too far, so we can't let them get away with it, right? Su Xietian never thought her headstrongness would be so problematic. After hearing Qin Feng's explanation, her entire head felt muddled. She pinned her large, vibrant eyes on Qin Feng, waiting for him to make a decision for her. Little wife, now you know how useful your good husband is. Qin Feng smiled and traced Su Xietian's pointed chin. He said, Wifey, first kiss me, and then I'll tell you how to take care of those 4 beasts. As Sky City's #1 she-devil, had Su Xietian ever let a man touch her chin? She was about to explode with anger, but at the moment, she could only rely on Qin Feng and suppress her anger. She pursed her lips and mumbled, Tell me what the plan is first. What if you're tricking me and you haven't actually thought of anything yet? Then I'll have kissed you for nothing. I'll kiss you after I've heard your plan and confirmed its feasibility. Su Xietian's lovely eyes darted about, and a crafty look even flashed through them. How could Qin Feng not know what this girl was thinking? However, he had only been joking. He didn't actually want to force Su Xietian into kissing him. After all, the 2 of them had just met, and Su Xietian had such a strong personality. Sometimes, it was better not to overdo it. Alright, then seeing how good our little wifey is, I'll tell you. Qin Feng smiled and said, We have this recording on hand. This is the worry that the 4 beasts can't get rid of. As long as the recording is in our possession, they wouldn't be able to sleep properly. We'll use this and have them groveling. If you've taken a liking to any business or power their family clans possess, then with this evidence, you'd be sure to gain unimaginable benefit. This evidence will trap the 4 beasts' family clans and make them little wife's prisoner. Since they had dirty thoughts about you, let's deal with them slowly and let them feel the consequences of offending Sky City's #1 she-devil. We'll make them wish they were dead. Qin Feng's plan was completely reasonable, and also extremely feasible. Su Xietian originally had her lips pursed in irritation, but she was blooming with happiness soon after. Her smile was radiant, and she smiled so widely that her mouth was about to tear. Haha. Qin Feng, your idea is great. You're right. You're doomed if you offend me, Sky City's #1 she-devil. Su Xietian was extremely elated. The anger in her heart dispersed. She hugged Qin Feng's neck emotionally and bounced in her seat. Qin Feng felt the girl's smooth arms and saw the large, bouncing white rabbits before his eyes. He felt a bloody nose coming. Ah, you pervert, where are you looking? I'll gouge your eyes out. And when did you put my arms around your neck? Shameless. Qin Feng felt very wronged. Thus, he fiercely stole 2 more glances at Su Xietian's long legs to make up for it. Little wifey, you change faster than flipping the page of a book. I had just thought of a good plan to deal with the beasts, and now you've become hostile. You even said you were going to kiss me at first. Su Xietian really had said that. Flustered, she demurred, when did I say that? Why don't I remember? Oh no. The sky's getting dark. Hurry and take me home. I'm a good child. When it's time, I have to go home for dinner. Qin Feng knew Su Xiatian would feign ignorance, so he smiled and drove. Since he called Su Xiatian little wifey a good number of times earlier, the girl had gotten used to it and didn't pursue the matter anymore. With Qin Feng's many years of experience courting girls, he was sure that not long from now this girl Su Xiatian will fall into his clues and she won't be able to escape. Under Su Xiatian's guidance, Qin Feng quickly drove back to the Su family old mansion. On the way back, Qin Feng exhibited his startling and mysterious driving skills. Even Su Xiatian screamed a couple of times in fright. She discovered that Qin Feng was in no way as simple as he seemed on the outside. This guy was pretty much capable at anything. He was unflustered and far-sighted, reasoning clearly and planning thoroughly. He was truly a formidable person. Qin Feng, wait. As Qin Feng was about to get out of the car, Su Xiatian held him back. Qin Feng looked at Su Xiatian with a distrustful and happy expression. Has this girl been tempted by my handsomeness into wanting to shake the car? Chapter 325. Chapter 325, Strife within the Su family. With a vulgar smile, Qin Feng impatiently unbuttoned his clothes. After he took off his blazer, he realized Su Xiatian was putting on clothes. Before, Su Xiatian had worn a black tracksuit. When they arrived at the first clubhouse, she changed into an alluring, trendy miniskirt with a pair of black stockings. Qin Feng had been puzzled at that time. Where had her tracksuit gone? Qin Feng finally understood now. Su Xiatian left her tracksuit in the sports car. She changed into a tracksuit and pretended to be a good girl when she was home. This woman. When she was home, she was a little sheep. When she was outside, she was a tigress. Confused by Qin Feng's action, Su Xiatian asked after she finished donning her tracksuit, "Why'd you take your blazer off, Qin Feng?" Apparently, Su Xiatian had always done this kind of stuff as she managed to put on her tracksuit within 2 or 3 minutes. Embarrassed, Qin Feng scraped his head and chuckled, "Haha, it's hot here. Doesn't little wife think so? Hot your head." Su Xiatian stared scornfully at Qin Feng. "It was hot in the first clubhouse just now. Why didn't you take off your blazer, then? It's windy at night now and you say it's hot. You're really out of your mind." After she mocked Qin Feng, Su Xiatian then alighted from the car. Qin Feng hastily put on his blazer and followed her. When they entered the Su family mansion, Qin Feng looked around in curiosity. The exterior of this mansion was spectacular, but he'd never imagined the interior would be even more magnificent and vast. The compound consisted of many ancient wooden brick buildings and villas. It had the air of a royal courtyard, low profile yet without losing impact. However, Qin Feng wondered at the security system of this compound, which wasn't that good. He'd expected this compound to be guarded by many black-suited bodyguards, but he only saw a few along the way. "Your house seems not to have much staff, little wife. Don't tell me only the two of you stay in this humongous mansion." Qin Feng was happy as a lark in his heart. "If that's true, I can play to my heart's content tonight." The Su family's old mansion holds hundreds of people. Normally it's heavily guarded and very lively. But, you're right, tonight is a little bit weird. Let's hurry to the main building. Sister must be waiting on me for dinner. Su Xiatian furrowed her eyebrows, a bad premonition suddenly stirring within her. Su Xiatian walked faster and faster with Qin Feng beside her. Very soon, both of them arrived at a grand main building under Su Xiatian's lead. The duo was stunned by the situation they encountered as soon as they entered main building's lobby. This definitely was a family meeting, and it was not just the gathering of the family's core members, even the collateral members were here. The vast lobby was now packed with 40 to 50 peoples. All of them had grave and cold countenances, while the person standing in front of them was a beauty that could overrun cities and topple nations. She was the Sky City's #1 noble beauty, Su Qiu. The sight was bizarre, as if Su Qiu was teaching a class of students. Regaining her senses very quickly, Su Xiatian hastily ran to Su Qiu's side. "Sister, what's going on?" Su Qiu's brows eased when she saw that her little sister had returned. She pulled Su Xiatian by the arm, to her side. She then shook her head to keep her sister silent. Now that your little sister has returned, the core members of our Su family's immediate and collateral members have all arrived as well. It's time for you to give us an explanation, Qiu Yu. A middle-aged man in the crowd suddenly stood up. His expression was mighty and cold, and a strong aura was emanating from his body. His underlings' morale were heightened by his action, and they stood up as well. All of them focused their attention on Su Qiu. Su Qiu was calm when facing more than 50 people and hundreds of eyes. This woman was only 23 years old, but she had a calm and impressive demeanor that belied her age. She held tightly to her little sister's hand. Only Su Xiatian could feel her sister's nervousness from the cold sweat oozing from Su Qiu's hand. You suddenly bring your family members to Grandpa's room at this late hour and ask for an explanation from me. To be honest, I'm not sure what kind of explanation you want from me, second uncle. Su Qiu returned the question to Su Ming. Her grandpa was bedridden, and showed no sign of improvement after 3 months. Su Qiu had invited many famous doctors from Sky City to treat her grandpa, but to no avail, none of them could cure her grandpa. She had even invited some top experts from abroad to have a look at him. However, her efforts proved futile as her grandpa's condition didn't improve, worsening day by day. Now, the elder had fallen into a coma, and these sons, who never cared for his condition, were instead only focused on dividing his properties and attempting to take over the Su family. Seeing their unfilial actions, Su Qiu felt sad, angry, and helpless. She was just a 23-year-old beauty. Only she could understand how powerless she was when fighting these uncles and aunties of the Su family. What explanation? Second uncle fell silent for a minute. He then said in a stern voice, "Don't you know better than any of us? We hadn't seen the elder ever since he was bedridden more than 3 months ago. What's your motive for blocking everyone from visiting the old man? The Su family is headless once the elder has fallen. Now, all the Su family's businesses are in turmoil. The pharmaceutical sector, in particular, experienced a sharp drop in turnover this quarter. You claimed that Grandpa has asked you to take over the Su family, but we hadn't heard anything from him before. So, how can we believe you? You're young, and on top of that, you're a woman. How can we entrust the whole Su family to your hands? Qiu Yu, the Su family is in bad condition and we should join together to overcome this hardship. Now, let's go in and visit the elder. If he's at the point of death, then we should let him make out a testament and determine the next leader as soon as possible. Otherwise, the Su family will go downhill." Su Qiu's countenance changed slightly after she heard what second uncle had said. Her calm and dignified face became frosty. How could she be not willing to allow these bunch of people to visit the elder? But she was worried that there was a traitor in the family who might harm the elder. Su Qiu was in her prime, an age where she should get into a romantic relationship and lead a carefree lifestyle. Did she want to be a capable woman who worked day and night to support the whole Su family? She didn't want to, but she had to. This was because of the last words the elder had said to her before he fell into a coma 3 months ago. Take care of and support the Su family until he wakes up. Su Qiu would be the next family head if the elder couldn't make it. Although the elder was old, his mind was clear. He'd already seen through his 2 surviving sons, who were looking forward to his death, eager to divide the property of Su family. None of you are allowed to visit Grandpa now. Su Qiu's voice was cold, emitting a strong aura. I'll continue to be in charge of the family business. Grandpa's condition has improved, and I believe he will wake up within a month. Can't second uncle even wait for a month? Or do you have other intentions in your mind? You bastard. A woman suddenly appeared beside her second uncle, Su Ming. It was Su Qiu's second auntie, Liu Yang. As a member of an aristocratic family, Liu Yang was 45 years old, but she looked like a 25-year-old young girl. She was gorgeous in dress, tall and beautiful, but she revealed her sharp and unkind personality as soon as she spoke. How dare you speak like that to your second uncle? You even tried to slander him? What do you mean by we can't wait for a month? We have been worried about him ever since he fell sick. And now, 3 months have passed and you want us to wait another month. I suspect it's you who put Dad under house arrest. You're such a vicious, black-hearted woman. How unfortunate for Dad who loves you and Xietian the most, and you do this kind of unfilial thing to him. Second uncle and second auntie echoed each other. Su Qiu, you couldn't counter them. Qiu Yu, I'm ordering you to step aside as your uncle. I won't leave unless I get to see Dad today, yelled Su Ming. Yes. We must see Dad today. I want him to give us an explanation. How could he leave the Su family in your hands, in the hands of a woman? Chapter 326. Chapter 326. Life's most depressing matter. Qin Feng returned with Su Xietian, but Su Xietian discovered something was wrong once she walked through the entrance of the mansion's main building. She abandoned Qin Feng and ran up to her sister. By the time Qin Feng walked to the mansion door, everyone was confronting Su Qiu Yu. No one noticed Qin Feng, who stood at the entrance for over 10 minutes. Qin Feng was furious. When had he ever been neglected this way? If this were Acropolis, Qin Feng would have used the Qin family's strength to exterminate the whole family. With one cry, he amazed everyone present. His simple utterance made everyone look at him. Everyone looked at him with different expressions. Most of them were distrustful, wondering where this idiot had come from. Only the beautiful Su family sisters were swept with happiness. Su Xietian had seen how capable Qin Feng was in all aspects. Now she counted on Qin Feng to put these aunts and uncles in their places. And Su Qiu Yu was mostly surprised. In the morning, she'd called Qin Feng, but she waited for an entire day and he still hadn't come. She thought that she'd gotten the wrong idea about him and that he wouldn't come. Who knew that he'd arrive at the most important moment? But could one Qin Feng turn the situation around? Who is this guy? Uncle Li, how did this person get in here? Where are the Su family guards? How could they let in every Tom, Dick, and Harry? Second uncle regained his senses first, and yelled the name of the Su family's elderly butler. A grey-haired elder immediately ran out with 4 guards in black trailing him. Mister, this is the heart of the Su household. If you have no business here, leave this instant, said Uncle Li as he looked at Qin Feng. I know this is the Su household. Why else would I come here? Qin Feng waved his hand carelessly under countless stares, looking like he was in his own house. He minded his own business and walked up to Su Xietian, extended an arm, and wrapped her into his embrace. My little wife is here. I was looking to play with her. Gasp. Once Qin Feng said this, everyone in the house gasped in surprise. They all stared at Qin Feng in shock and looked as if they wanted to eat him alive. Su Qiu Yu's calm expression changed greatly, becoming stormy. Since when did her little sister hang out with Qin Feng? Su Xietian, on the other hand, ground her teeth angrily. If looks could kill, Qin Feng would have died hundreds of times over. Su Xietian wanted to fight her way out of Qin Feng's embrace, but he was too strong. The more she struggled, the more it looked like she was leaning into Qin Feng's arms, resulting in an even more tender and lovey-dovey scene. Sinful woman, you really are a sinful woman. Second uncle finally regained his senses and glared ferociously at Su Xietian. You've been learning bad things day and night, and now you even have the guts to bring home a wild man? And you're someone's little wife. How unlucky this is for our family clan, how unlucky. Second uncle's denunciation made the others lament again and again. Qiu Yu, you and your sister lost your parents early. Xietian became such a frivolous woman because you as her older sister didn't teach her properly. Since you can't even control your little sister, how can we let you manage a large family business? Today, as your second uncle, I revoke your position as acting head of household. The Su family needs to elect a new head of household. Your father is the eldest son of the Su family, but he died early in a car accident. Now, as the second son, the head of household position should be mine. Today, the Su family is a mess, every aspect of our business is in terrible shape. At this time, I'll stand forth to bear too much danger and responsibility. Thus, I hope everyone will support me. In the future, I'll do everything I can to manage the Su family business. Su Qiuyu's face fell, and cold sweat was about to drip out of her head. She knew second uncle gathered and brought the Su family here tonight to steal the head of household position. Now, he finally could wait no more. He finally revealed his fox tail. Slap. Before the spectators could express their support for second uncle, Su Ming, and before Su Qiuyu had to make her difficult decision, a slap echoed through the parlor. The originally noisy scene instantly fell quiet. The only sound that could be heard was the spectators' heavy panting. Su Ming was slapped by someone, and he was slapped in the head. And Qin Feng did it. No one saw when Qin Feng had gone from beside the beautiful sisters to Su Ming's side, but no one cared about this. They stared with their mouths agape, so shocked that they wanted to eat their fists. This wild brat, who was an outsider, actually had the gall to hit Su Ming. And he hit him so resolutely. A little 20-year-old brat hit an almost 50-year-old man. This scene was like that of a teacher reprimanding his student. Even the beautiful Su family sisters covered their mouths in shock. They felt that there was something wrong with Qin Feng's brain. How dare you hit your elder, brat? You actually fucking. Su Ming finally regained his senses, and his eyes almost bugged out of his skull. He'd uttered half of what he wanted to say when Qin Feng slapped him in the head again. Slap. The sound was crisp, and it was clear that this slap was stronger than the last. Say, uncle, I'm not quite familiar with you, so don't joke around with me, okay? Qin Feng looked impatiently at Su Ming. You say I'm a wild man. Where's your evidence? What right do you have to slander a person's integrity and soul? You don't know how pure and outstanding of a man I am. Do you know that I concentrated on emotion from beginning to end? Do you know how easy it is to destroy someone when you so easily slander them without fully understanding them? Especially an outstanding and ambitious youth like me. Plus, I have my own personal lawyer. I'll call my lawyer over right now and sue you for bringing your family to ruin. Even your wife will have to run off with another man, and your son would have to acknowledge a grandma over 70 as his godmother. Don't make me mad. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you frightened by my might and talent? Su Ming really wasn't speaking. However, this wasn't because he was startled by Qin Feng's background, but he was shocked by the guy's intelligence. He didn't even know how to refute Qin Feng. This person was unreasonable more so than the she-devil. And he didn't use common sense, hitting whenever he wished to. When he spoke, it was incoherent and senseless. Most importantly, the guy was good at fighting. Su Ming didn't even know how he ended up in front of him, much less dodge Qin Feng's slap. Ah, Uncle Li, why are you standing there like a dummy? Did you not see the brat hit me? Hurry and cripple him. Su Ming was stunned for a while, but he didn't think to refute Qin Feng. In the end, he shouted angrily and wanted to use brute force to kill Qin Feng. Su Qiuyu didn't have the time to stop Uncle Li when the 4 guards pounced at Qin Feng. As the Su family's guards, these 4 people were not ordinary people. 2 were underground street fighting experts, and the other 2 were retired soldiers from the special forces. With the 4 of them working together, their power was frightening. Bang! One of the street fighting experts arrived beside Qin Feng and sent a punch at him. Qin Feng punched the man's iron fist and sent the man flying. Boom! The second, a retired soldier, aimed a flying kick at Qin Feng's head. Qin Feng remained standing in place without moving, and then an airy fist hit the retired soldier's thigh and sent him hurtling toward the 3-meter-high rooftop and splitting the roof. The remaining 2 men froze briefly. They were startled by Qin Feng's strength, but as the Su family's guards, the 2 men weren't cowards. After freezing for an instant, they rushed toward Qin Feng again. One of them pulled out a dagger and the other took off his belt. They attacked Qin Feng simultaneously from the right and left, respectively. Qin Feng made no moves this time. He merely stood in place, straight and tall like a pine tree. When the 2 guards arrived ferociously before Qin Feng, they jerked to a stop. It seemed as though there was an invisible qi barrier, preventing them from getting even half a step closer. They could only be seen using a lot of effort, but they couldn't be seen attacking Qin Feng. Fuck, are you two filming a movie? Is there a need to make it so fake? You two, attack and whip that wild brat to death with your belts. What the fuck are you doing? The Su family spent so much money to hire you men as guards, and this is what you're showing us. Most of the Su family members were business people, so they didn't understand martial arts. Even if they did practice the martial arts, they knew only the basics. They probably hadn't even achieved stage 1 inner chi, so they didn't understand the current situation. They definitely wouldn't believe that Qin Feng was using inner chi to prevent the two from attacking you unless he's an inner chi expert. A real martial artist. Most of the people didn't understand, but this didn't mean that none of them did. In the crowd, an attentive elder saw the clues. This shout frightened the remaining people and made them impatient. In particular, second uncle's family's gazes became icy. Everyone heard of martial artists, but weren't they amazing people that only existed in Chinese legends? Could it be that these stories weren't legends, but real events in history? Just thinking about this shocked everyone so badly that they couldn't speak. Bang! An enormous sound was heard. Qin Feng's body seemed to suddenly explode, and a powerful rush of qi shot out of it, sending the two flying away. He really is an inner chi expert, a martial artist from the legend. The elder exclaimed again, and everyone panted heavily. Qin Feng injured people without touching them, like the moves in wuxia novels. This was truly eye-opening. Uncle Li was stunned, the Su family was stunned, and Su Xiatian was stunned. They never thought Qin Feng was so powerful. Only Su Qiuyu was calm, because she knew Qin Feng was powerful. Hey! What are you doing, you wild brat? Do you know who he is? He's the Su family's second in command, and he's about to become the Su family's new head of household. How dare you hit my husband? I'll get you. You human trash. If you even hit a woman, then wait to die. The atmosphere became awkward as Su Ming's wife, Liu Yang, suddenly stepped forward. Seeing that Qin Feng ruined her family's happy moment, Liu Yang immediately went from being a refined noblewoman to a violent and unreasonable shrew. As they say, money and power can change one's personality and soul. Liu Yang threw caution to the wind. She knew she couldn't beat Qin Feng in a fight, but she wanted to get him mad. If Qin Feng dared to hit a woman, he would be publicly shamed. Then, the Su family would all attack Qin Feng. Then what could the brat do? Wait. Don't touch me, you dirty woman. Qin Feng never hit women, especially dirty ones. He moved slightly and dodged Liu Yang's attack. Don't think I don't know that you've slept with a lot of men. You're having an affair with that man. Qin Feng pointed at Su Qiuyu's third uncle, Su Hai. Su Hai was so shocked that he almost ran. Liu Yang was even more shocked, and she stopped attacking Qin Feng. Seems like I hit the nail in the head. And that man. You've slept with them all. Qin Feng pointed at several men, and Liu Yang's expression changed again and again. In the end, she looked as malevolent as a beast. Third younger brother, get the fuck over here. Su Ming was angry and suddenly dragged the third brother, Su Hai, out. Is this wild brat telling the truth? I treat you well, and you actually had the guts to have an affair with your sister-in-law behind my back. Second big brother, how can you listen to this wild brat's crazy talk? I think the sisters just found him and brought him back to deal with us. Su Hai was so afraid that cold sweat streamed from his forehead. Liu Yang immediately ran up to Su Ming, hugged his arm, and spoke coquettishly, "Hubby, how could you doubt me? I never did anything to you that I would have to apologize for." Sai Ming was previously consumed by his anger, but he now calmed down and his mind cleared. He looked coldly at Qin Feng with a playful smile. Me. You think this elder will listen to your bullshit? Uncle Li, call the police and have this brat arrested. After hearing the command, Uncle Li was about to make the call. Then, Qin Feng spoke again. Are you dumb or what? I helped to capture your wife's man, and you're still letting them make a fool of you. Qin Feng looked at Su Ming and shook his head. Then, He pointed at third Uncle Su Hai and said, "Don't make excuses for yourself. I came into this mansion a while ago, and when I was at a window, I saw you two carrying on your affair. Let me ask you, she's wearing purple underwear today, right?" Su Hai was frightened to death because he really had just secretly frolicked with his sister-in-law before coming to the mansion parlor. Now that Qin Feng accurately pointed it out, he was extremely anxious. Don't speak nonsense, brat. Sister-in-law is wearing black underwear, she definitely isn't wearing purple underwear. Thus, I most definitely didn't have any relations with sister-in-law tonight. Su Hai had just spoken when a wave of sighs arose from all around. Slap. Su Ming gave Su Hai a strong slap in the face. "You beast, you're not even fucking comparable to a beast." Life's most helpless moments, when you discover during the wedding night that your wife isn't a virgin, and when you're taking the head of household position and discover that your younger brother and your wife are having an affair. Su Ming had imagined this glorious moment countless times. He was going to take the head of household position in front of all the Su family members and gain control of the Su family. However, now that the situation had come to this, Su Ming wanted to die. How could he be in the mood to stay? Though the relatives behind him no longer saying anything, Su Ming could feel that they were silently jeering him. Human trash, adulterers. Su Ming scoffed coldly, turned, and left the parlor. His son, Su Dao, looked at his mother and third uncle, then looked at his father. He was depressed. Who should he acknowledge as his father? Chapter 327. Chapter 327. Make your choice, big sister or little sister. The situation changed too fast. Nobody had regained their senses yet, even though Su Ming had left. Hadn't they decided to confront the Su family's sisters together and divide the property of the Su family? Why did this person leave without saying anything? Dear uncles and aunties, it's gotten late now. Let's leave the rest for tomorrow. Uncle Lee, help me to see the visitors out. Su Qiu regained her composure soon after. Indeed, she had the finesse to head the Su family. She'd recovered her usual indifferent and strong aura. The folks from the Su family had lost. Uncle Lee returned to Su Qiu's side and looked at them with a smile, indicating they could leave now. The clamor to vie for the leadership of Su family had been led by Su Ming. Since he'd already gone, the rest of people didn't persist. This was because everybody was afraid of that powerful Qin Feng. More than 50 core and collateral family members shook their heads and sighed as they left. The packed lobby suddenly became cold and cheerless. It was early autumn and the breeze was chilly. Su Qiu felt cold in her flimsy dress and she coughed. Her burdens were too heavy, she was afraid she would collapse at any time and not wake up anymore. "Miss Qiu, please pardon me for visiting so late." Qin Feng went to Su Qiu's side and hugged her lightly in his arms before she realized he was there. She was sheltered by Qin Feng's strong and tall body from the cold bite of the breeze. Su Qiu felt a warm sensation surge through her body as she stood in his arms. "Ah, how could you hug my sister? Get your grubby paws off my sister, you rascal." Su Xietian didn't know when Qin Feng arrived or where he came from. She was so angry that she started hammering Qin Feng. Ignoring Su Xietian's little pink fists, Qin Feng placed his hands on the small of Su Qiu's back, and transferred some qi into Su Qiu's body, warming her. "Who should I hug if I release your sister, little wife? Should I hug you instead?" Qin Feng was healing Su Qiu's body and at the same time teasing Su Xietian. Su Xietian felt an urge to kill Qin Feng. She delivered punch after punch, kick after kick at Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng was rather unaffected even though she wore herself out. "You sweated a lot, little wife. Hurry up and go to take a bath now. It'll be bad if you see a cold." Su Qiu's face had become ruddy after Qin Feng helped her body recuperate for some time. He then released Su Qiu and hugged Su Xietian in his arms. With a beaming smile, he sniffed Su Xietian's body fragrance and said, "Let's go. Your good hubby will send you back." Su Xietian wanted to break free of Qin Feng's embrace. However, She realized Qin Feng's hug was warm. The wind was breezy at night and she felt cold after she'd sweated. In the end, she decided not to struggle anymore and remained quiet in Qin Feng's arms. They then went to her room together. "Please take a good bath, little wife. I'll excuse myself now." Qin Feng spun around and left as soon as he saw Su Xietian to her room. Su Xietian was dumbstruck by Qin Feng's unusual action. She even felt a little bit lost in her heart. Am I not beautiful and sexy enough? Why did this man leave without asking to enter my room after walking me back? Is he still the vulgar, perverted Qin Feng? Qin Feng returned to the main building's lobby after he'd departed from Su Xietian's room. The night was gloomy and the wind was chilly and restless. With a chiffon skirt and a snow-white mink coat draped over her shoulders, Su Qiuyu stood in front of the main building's door. She raised her head and stared blankly at the moon. Her body was curvaceous and graceful and she could easily stir Qin Feng with merely the sight of her back. Her face was as exquisite as the moon, ethereal and unreal. Qin Feng hugged Su Qiuyu lightly from behind. Su Qiuyu's delicate body trembled slightly, but she didn't struggle for her freedom. A handsome man and a beauty embracing while admiring the moon, it was such a magnificent sight. How did you know second auntie and third uncle have an affair? Su Qiuyu's indifferent voice wafted over. Because I'm a genius in external strength and inner qi. I'm very sensitive to everybody's qi. Your second auntie is heavily clad with your third uncle's qi. So I'm certain that the two of them are having an affair, answered Qin Feng while enjoying himself sniffing Su Qiuyu's body fragrance. Did you really see them having an affair in secret, then? How could that be? I came back with Xia Tian, and when we arrived, everybody was already gathered in the lobby. Qin Feng scoffed. I'm pretty sure both of them did something before they came here. It's because there was more of your third uncle's qi on your second auntie's body than that of your second uncle. So, I pulled a trick on them and bingo, I got it right. And then third uncle's mind thrown into confusion. He couldn't withstand the pressure anymore and blurted everything out. Su Qiuyu nodded her head lightly. She'd been worried that she was wrong about Qin Feng. But now, it seemed that this candidate wasn't that bad at all. Qin Feng, did you bring the 100-year blood lotus that I gave to you? Asked Su Qiuyu all of a sudden. 100-year blood lotus? What is that? When did you give it to me? Qin Feng queried with a puzzled face. Su Qiuyu wasn't surprised by Qin Feng's reaction. She then spoke with a calm demeanor. The 100-year blood lotus is the treasure of the Su family, and it's passed down to the next leader of Su family. Before Grandpa was sick, he had handed it over to me and asked me to take care of it. So, Miss Qiu, you must protect it at all costs since it's such an important item. You must buy a few more safes and hide it inside some deep hidden passage. Qin Feng nodded his head seriously. Yeah, I need to keep it safe. The Su family will be a chaos if it falls into the hands of second uncle. Su Qiuyu then added, it's now kept in a very safe place. Is it true? I'm relieved, then. Qin Feng smiled. Su Qiuyu didn't pursue the discussion about the 100-year blood lotus. She abruptly spun around and looked fixedly into Qin Feng's eyes with her pair of beautiful eyes. Qin Feng, do you love me? Qin Feng wasn't surprised. He nodded his head lightly and said, Qiuyu is a beauty that could topple a city and a nation, dignified and virtuous. Of course I like you. Su Qiuyu's countenance became extremely grave. Then stay away from my little sister. Help me suppress the Su family's wild schemes until my grandpa wakes up. After that, I'll marry you. Qin Feng never expected this felicity to come so soon. He was slightly thrilled and said, can I get some reward first? No, you can't. Su Qiuyu shook her head and rejected his demand. Of course, I'll give my blessing too if you favor my little sister more. After everything is done, I'll personally hold a wedding for both of you. You're willing to sacrifice your little sister for the sake of the Su family's business? Qin Feng looked at Su Qiuyu, astounded. Don't you worry. I won't betray my little sister. It's just that I can tell from what I've seen that she likes you. She has never allowed any guy to hug her nor brought any guy out with her. Moreover, she won't allow a guy to casually call her little wife. Maybe she hasn't realized yet, but I think she's quite fond of you. To be honest, I'm really looking forward to you too if you really like my little sister. Su Qiu Yu didn't fail her title as Sky City's most talented woman. She was highly intelligent, quick-witted, and agile with her mind. Even though she remained silent most of the time, she had seen through it all. She just didn't want to speak out. I like little sister Xia Tian. But I like Miss Qiu Yu as well. What if? With a grin on his face, Qin Feng looked at Su Qiu Yu. However, before he could finish his words, he was halted by a cold Su Qiu Yu. Impossible. What do you think of my Su family? What do you think of my little sister and me? How could both of us marry you at the same time? Then wouldn't be both of us become your mistress and concubine? Sorry. I can't do that. Qin Feng felt awkward. What a quick-witted woman. How can she see through my intentions before I could finish speaking? It's not because I'm intelligent. It's because your vulgarity is too obvious. Su Qiu Yu's indifferent voice wafted over again when Qin Feng was reflecting. Faced with this intelligent, beautiful and hot woman, Qin Feng suddenly had the urge to run away. Okay, enough talking. Let's go into the room to visit Grandpa. Chapter 328. Chapter 328, Poisoned. Little Pig was a cute, soft pink pig, but you mustn't belittle it. As the Hedonist Sovereign System's battle pet and NPC with multiple roles, he had the system's various techniques, pills, martial skills, equipment, and so on in his grasp. Every time Qin Feng didn't understand something, he had to ask Little Pig to explain it to him. Master, you're now a stage 3 inner chi expert. You can use your inner chi to help the elder force the poison out of his body, continued Little Pig. It's that easy. Just force the poison out. Qin Feng became excited. If he could use inner chi to help force out the poison and save the elder, then the Su family would escape their crisis, and he would become the elder's savior and the entire Su family's VIP. Then, Xia Tian and Qiu Yu would be extremely thankful toward him. The two sisters could only give their lives to repay such a large favor. Then, Su Qiu Yu wouldn't reject him like she did before. Master, forcing out the poison is just the first step. At most, it would alleviate the elder's condition. If you're lucky, the elder might come to. If you're unlucky, he'll remain in a coma. Little Pig immediately splashed a bucket of ice water on Qin Feng's excitement and added with disdain, the elder has been sick for over 3 months. So he's been poisoned for at least 3 months as well. At this point, the poison is probably spreading into his vital organs. It won't be easy to force the poison out. Master, you must break through to stage 4 inner chi. Then, you can perfect your ability to release inner chi and force the poison out of the elder's organs. Stage 4 inner chi was an important threshold to cross. Martial artists in the stages prior to internal stage 4 only practiced chi control and they couldn't release their inner chi that well. In other words, even if they could release chi, it would only be in a small area and it would be an uncontrolled release. When Qin Feng was dealing with the Su family guards in the parlor, he released chi. However, the chi was powerful, and Qin Feng couldn't accurately control it. Also, it only emerged around Qin Feng and couldn't be released any farther. After internal stage 4, one could release chi as one wished. With the breakthroughs of each stage of inner chi, the chi attack power became stronger and stronger and extended farther and farther. Fuck. Can't you say everything in one go next time? Qin Feng's great mood instantly plunged, and his fantasies were also immediately annihilated. How could he not want to break into stage 4 inner chi sooner? He still had to cultivate pills to awaken Lin Bei Bei. But how could breaking into stage 4 inner chi be so easy? Countless inner chi cultivators cultivated for their entire lives but never broke through to it. Chimpage. Since you're being mean, I'll go back and continue sleeping. I certainly don't want to help you pick up girls. Little Pig harumphed coldly, swayed its sexy pink butt, climbed back into his den in the system, and said nothing more. Qin Feng promptly changed his demeanor to coax out little pig, but the pig ignored him no matter how he coaxed. Qin Feng, how is grandpa? Su Qiu knew Qin Feng was strong and had extraordinary abilities. Seeing him feel her grandfather's pulse, she now set all her hopes on Qin Feng. Who knew if this man that always brought about miracles could amaze them again? I can't be certain yet. Let me try. Qin Feng looked at Su Qiu. Go outside and guard the door. I want to treat the elder by transferring qi to him. During that time, I can't be disturbed by anyone. This was Qin Feng's first time using inner qi to expel poison, so he was cautious. If he didn't do it right, he might die, not to mention the elder. Su Qiu gazed into Qin Feng's eyes and hesitated for a good while before standing up. Before she left, she hugged Qin Feng. Liu Yang couldn't be more familiar with how cold and ruthless this man was. Her adultery was exposed, and the other man was Su Ming's younger brother. Liu Yang was afraid to imagine the terrifying consequences. The situation has already passed. What's the use of apologizing? Su Ming wasn't as furious as she imagined. On the other hand, a strange smile was on his face. Get up. The family is in chaos, but we're still husband and wife, so we have to join hands in fighting for the head of household position. Acquiring more of the family business is our focus, and everything else can be put aside. Compared to the head of household position, the rest isn't worth mentioning. Su Ming noticed that Liu Yang didn't dare stand up, so he walked up to her and helped her to her feet. Liu Yang, you were too much this time, but since it happened already, I won't blame you. In the future, make sure you don't do it again. You aren't the only one who had an affair. At social events outside, I've touched lots of women, so we can be considered even. From now on, our goal is the same, to work as one to fight for the head of household position. Was Su Ming really not angry anymore? He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. His own younger brother did his woman. Any man would be furious. However, Su Ming was born into a rich family, he'd grown up under the spotlight. His restraint was extremely high, and he had a ruthless mindset. How could he trade a woman for the entire Su family business? Of course, knowing about Liu Yang and his third younger brother Su Hai's adultery, he was afraid that third brother was trying to vie for the head of household position and had purposely seduced Liu Yang to rope her in with his people. Liu Yang was just a pawn Su Hai wanted on his side. He wanted to use her to find out Su Ming's plans and tarnish his name. Hubby, you're really willing to forgive me this once? Liu Yang trembled and looked at Su Ming. She was still terrified of him. Su Ming smiled, extended a hand, and tenderly caressed Liu Yang's charming face. Of course I forgive you. I won't forget the help you've provided me and the contributions you've made to the Su family. How could I throw you in prison because of a momentary lapse in judgment? Liu Yang's eyes began to redden. She said while choking with sobs, Then why did you leave the parlor without our son and me earlier? I thought you never wanted me again. I was pretending to be angry because tonight's plans have changed due to the appearance of that wild brat Qin Feng. He's an internal cultivation expert fearlessly helping the sisters. With him, we can't force Su Qiu to submit tonight. Thus, I thought it was better to step back and prevent myself from getting humiliated any further. Every rich son is an expert actor, so Su Ming was naturally a solid acting expert. He was willing to throw everything away to fight for the role as head of household. Self-respect, face, integrity. Could these things be traded for money? Could they be eaten when one was hungry? Hubby, I was wrong. I'm sorry, to you and our son. I won't do it again. After Liu Yang understood his reasoning, she immediately burrowed into Su Ming's embrace. Su Ming rubbed Liu Yang's back affectionately with a murderous expression. Liu Yang, you were silly. That brat Su Hai was clearly getting close to you on purpose. Don't you know why? Was it really for your body? He isn't lacking in money. He could spend money and get A or B-list actresses to play with. Why would he risk having an affair with you? Liu Yang suddenly trembled. She realized that her plot couldn't compare to the two Su family men. Who knew that with one act of carelessness, she would become Su-Hai's pawn? Hubby, Su-Hai really is a bastard. I'll stay unswervingly by your side from now on. Now the situation has changed enormously. The beautiful sisters found an expert to help them. I'm afraid I won't be able to get the head of household position on my own, replied Su-Ming sadly. Nonsense, the elder's voice rebuked. He was quiet for a while before continuing. How is that old man that refuses to die? Ever since he became bedridden 3 months ago, no one in the Su family has seen him. It's unclear whether he's alive or dead right now. He's probably not dead after 3 months, but if no one saves him, this elder is certainly going to die in less than half a month. Who did the sisters invite? All I know is that the brat's name is Qin Feng. His identity is unclear, replied Su-Ming honestly. The other line fell quiet for a good while, then laughter was heard. Haha, so we meet again. That brat has your 100-year blood lotus. My abilities have just recovered, and I was about to settle with the brat. Who would have thought he'd deliver himself to our doorstep? Hold back for now. I'll be there as soon as possible. The call already ended. Su-Ming tossed the phone to the side, and his whole body fell limp. Though it was only over the phone, he could still feel a powerful oppression. Those two people were too powerful, even Su-Ming felt like an ant before him. That man could use one hand to strangle him to death. He originally hadn't wanted to call out the person behind him, but Qin Feng's sudden appearance caught him unprepared. When facing a martial artist like Qin Feng, Su-Ming could only hire martial artists to deal with Qin Feng. This would be a violent internal conflict. An intense massacre was about to begin. Chapter 329. Chapter 329. I like to be humiliated. Su Qiu waited outside her grandpa's room for 2 hours. The moon was getting higher. Suddenly, a bad hunch stirred within Su Qiu. Could it be Qin Feng is pansexual? This person is frivolous and perverted. Will grandpa be fine staying alone with him in a room? Outside the room, Su Qiu's imagination was running amok while inside. Qin Feng was so tired that he was bathed in sweat. If he learned of Su Qiu's notions about him, Qin Feng would be so angry that he'd vomit blood and die from qi explosion. This was because she had insulted his personality. Qin Feng and the elder sat face to face with their legs crossed on a red wooden bed. The elder was leaning back against the wall while Qin Feng had his hands on the elder's chest. A cloud of steam was emanating from Qin Feng's body, as if he just came out from sauna. Qin Feng had been forcing the poison out from the elder's body according to Little Pig's method. This was his first time utilizing his qi to heal a person, so the process was rather slow. Besides, Qin Feng was merely a stage 3 inner qi expert and he was weak at releasing qi. So, it was even harder for him to circulate his qi within Elder Su's body and force the poison out. Qin Feng had just succeeded in forcing the elder to spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood, after working hard for 2 hours straight. Plus, this was blood that circulated in the elder's veins. Qin Feng didn't dare to touch the poison in the elder's organs as he was afraid he might crush them. Phew. Qin Feng released a long impure breath. This was the 3rd treatment. Qin Feng had been repeating the process of inhale qi, exhale qi, circulate qi, and transfer qi into the elder's body to force the poison out. This process seemed like nothing, but only Qin Feng knew how tiring it was. He even felt it was 10 times more tiring than when he played with 3 women in one night previously. But repeating this process was beneficial to Qin Feng. He noticed the qi within his body had become thicker and he was another step closer to breaking through to stage 4. Qin Feng had finally found an ingenious method to cultivate his qi faster, which he hadn't known last time. PFFFT. Elder Su spurted another mouthful of poisonous blood. The blood was black and smelly. Even though Qin Feng had placed a couple of bowls between them to ca the elder's blood, he still got showered from top to bottom by this mouthful of bad blood. Thump. The door was opened by somebody at the same time. Su Qiu came in to take a look because she was impatient. When she saw that her grandpa had spewed blood, she was so frightened that she rushed forward and hugged her grandpa, and sent a furious glare at Qin Feng. "What are you doing, Qin Feng? Why did you harm my grandpa? Who sent you here?" Qin Feng hadn't explained to Su Qiu that her grandpa was poisoned, so she didn't know that Qin Feng was actually helping Elder Su to force the poison out of his body. She thought Qin Feng harmed her grandpa when she saw he'd vomited blood. Su Qiu had never been so afraid and in despair as she was now. She'd placed all her hope in Qin Feng and she never expected that this guy was a bad person too. She was lost and didn't know what to do. "Qiu, give me some tissue paper. Your grandpa's bad blood almost blew my head off." Qin Feng brushed off Su Qiu's accusation and urged her to get him some tissue paper. "Why should I harm your grandpa? Besides, I can easily kill the elder with a palm strike if I really want to. Why would I wait this long?" Su Qiu regained her senses after she heard Qin Feng's grumble. Indeed, Qin Feng had a point. He should have made his move earlier if he wanted to harm her grandpa. How could he sit still in the room for 2 hours? "What happened, Qin Feng?" Su Qiu was ashamed for misunderstanding Qin Feng. When she saw that Qin Feng's whole body was soaked in bad blood, she then pulled out her silk handkerchief and wiped off the blood on Qin Feng's face carefully, regardless of the bad smell. Su Qiu's body fragrance lingered on her handkerchief. Qin Feng, who had been shrouded in the smell of poisonous blood, regained his vitality after he was exposed to Su Qiu's fresh fragrance. "Qiu, your grandpa was poisoned," said Qin Feng, looking at Su Qiu after he had recovered from dizziness. "What? Grandpa was poisoned?" Su Qiu halted her movement abruptly. This was the first time Qin Feng saw a shocked expression on her face. "How could that be? Who poisoned Grandpa?" His diet was specially prepared by his own chef and delivered by the old butler, Uncle Li, to his room. "How could he be poisoned? Did you guess it wrongly, Qin Feng?" Su Qiu was so nervous she clung tightly to Qin Feng's arm. Qin Feng felt a sudden leap of sympathy for her. He looked fixedly at Su Qiu, and pondered in his heart, how come this dignified, wise, and calm woman suddenly became so restless? Qin Feng knew the reason. Of course, Su Qiu knew it herself as well. Both of them were smart people. They had already seen through the filthy conspiracy behind this incident. "Qiu, why do you have to ask me if you already have the answer? It's just that you don't want to accept the truth." Qin Feng placed his hands on Su Qiu's shoulders and said earnestly, "Fighting between the rich and powerful, killing among sibling. These are common in aristocratic families. If your second uncle could bring people to force you to submit to him and step down from the position as the head of household, why couldn't others have poisoned the elder in secret?" Exactly. Qin Feng had known the elder was poisoned by none other than the people in the Su family. On top of that, that culprit had to be very close to the elder. As for Su Qiu, she'd thought of the same thing as well when she learned the elder was poisoned. It was just that she refused to accept the truth, so she lost control. "Qin Feng, do you think Grandpa was poisoned by second uncle and his family?" Su Qiu had been trained by her grandpa for a long time to preside over the Su family's matters. As a result, she was exceptionally good at controlling her own emotions. She had already recovered her usual calm demeanor. I'm not very sure about that. After all, I just came to your Su mansion not long ago and I'm not very familiar with your relative." Qin Feng shook his head and continued, "But I think you can start from the old butler, Uncle Li. He played an important role in this incident." Qin Feng's words enlightened Su Qiu but startled her as well. She'd never suspected Uncle Li to be the culprit. It wasn't because Su Qiu was stupid but because Uncle Li was very loyal to her grandpa and had followed him for more than 30 years. Su Qiu really didn't want Uncle Li to be the culprit. "Qin Feng, this incident may involve some very important people of the Su family. All of them are my relatives and grandpa's children. On top of that, I'm a woman. So, I'm afraid I can't handle this problem calmly. Can you help me to think of a plan to smoke out the mastermind?" Qin Feng pondered for a while before nodded his head. I've an idea. Tomorrow. Qin Feng told Su Qiuyu his plan. Su Qiuyu's dim eyes suddenly shone brightly. At last, Su Qiuyu nodded her head firmly and exclaimed, "What a good plan. Let's follow it tomorrow." After they'd settled on a plan, Su Qiuyu then laid her grandpa on the bed and combed his hair carefully. She noticed that Qin Feng's treatment was effective. The elder's face had become ruddy and his breathing had become smoother. Su Qiuyu was very excited and happy at her grandpa's changes. Your grandpa was poisoned for too long. Some poison has spread into his organs. With an indifferent demeanor, Qin Feng then added, these poisons are weird and can't be detected by normal medical devices. Normally, these poison would spread across the whole body within 3 months, fully paralyzing the nervous and visceral systems, and kill your grandpa. However, the man behind this incident is a cautious person. He's afraid somebody might notice your grandpa's condition, so he only used a very small amount of slow-acting poison. That's the reason why your grandpa could hold out until now. Earlier, I successfully forced some poison out of your grandpa's body with my inner qi. However, my current power is limited. So for now, I could only force the poison out from his veins. As for the poison in his organs, the most thing I can do is suppress it and prevent it from spreading even further. But rest assured, as soon as I break through to stage 4, I promise I'll heal the elder completely. Qin Feng reported the elder's condition to Su Qiuyu. She looked at Qin Feng with a grateful expression. Thank you, Qin Feng. I'll marry you as long as you can save my grandpa. Qin Feng had gotten to his feet. He then stood with his hands clasped behind him, tilted his head 45 degrees, looked at the waning moon, and talked with a soft tone. It isn't necessary, Miss Qiuyu. A forced marriage isn't a perfect marriage. I do not wish for Miss Qiuyu to marry me just because I saved your grandpa. By doing that, I will only get your body but not your heart and your soul, and this will humiliate me greatly. Qin Feng spoke earnestly, his countenance was grave. With the beauty of the hazy crescent moon behind him, Qin Feng's handsome face was even more distinctive, and a holy aura seemed to emanate from his body. This was a classic move on Qin Feng's part, playing hard to get. Although he looked like he was letting Su Qiuyu go, he was actually trying to impress Su Qiuyu and allow the seed of love to slip into the depths of her heart and sprout. Miss Qiuyu, you don't have to be touched by or thank me. In my eyes, it's normal for me to do all this for you. Seeing Su Qiuyu's eyes were slightly reddened, Qin Feng knew he'd succeeded with his petty trick. Qin Feng was kind of fed up with this ever-victorious feeling. When would he meet a perfect woman who would reject him once, allowing him to taste failure in love? Qin Feng. Sand went into my eyes just now. I'm sorry. Su Qiuyu rubbed her eyes lightly and looked at Qin Feng with a calm expression. Thank you, then. You're such a gentleman. I'll certainly reward you handsomely when everything is done. To be honest, I don't really like you and it'll be a disgrace to you even if I marry you. I'm very sorry for my lack of consideration earlier on. I do hope for young Master Qin's forgiveness. Qin Feng was dumbstruck, his smile became stiff. He froze for a moment and spoke shamelessly, Actually I like to be humiliated by other people. How about we stick to Miss Qiuyu's suggestion and get married as soon as we finished our task? Chapter 330. Chapter 330, Su Haonan Awakens. In the parlor of the Su family mansion's main building, early in the morning, the Su relatives gathered once again to continue last night's unfinished business. Su Ming's family stood at the head of the group once again. The husband and wife had their arms intertwined and looked sweet and happy as if the person who committed adultery wasn't Liu Yang, and the person who got slapped in the face wasn't Su Ming. Across from the group were 3 people, Qin Feng and the beautiful Su sisters. Qin Feng stood to the side with his arm around Su Xiatian, pretending they were a couple. Su Qiuyu stood in the middle and looked at her aunts and uncles with a neutral expression. Aunties and uncles, you probably haven't eaten yet since it's so early. Uncle Lee, is breakfast ready? The Su family clan hasn't had a dinner together in a while. Su Qiuyu glanced at Uncle Lee. Uncle Lee didn't immediately heed Su Qiuyu's implicit command. He looked at her hesitantly. Qiuyu, second uncle isn't criticizing you, but look at what you've become. The Su family is in the middle of a calamity. We aunts and uncles are very busy and so anxious we are losing sleep and forget to eat. On the other hand, you sleep and eat well, and you're in the mood for a family meal. As expected, this girl Qiuyu doesn't have her mind on the family business. With a girl like you as head of household, the Su business could collapse any time. Su Ming had just finished speaking when Liu Yang voiced her agreement. The Su family's prestige has existed for decades in Sky City. This enormous business was built generation after generation with blood, sweat, and tears. How could it fall during our generation? Qiuyu, listen to second auntie and give your second uncle the head of household position. He's the most capable and qualified in the Su family to take on the role. I'm sure that after he takes up the position, the Su family will quickly go back to normal. Su Ming's wife expressed her opinion, so the other people naturally chimed in with their exclamations of denunciation. They all opposed Su Qiuyu's continuing to hold the power in the family, and insisted she give up the head of household role. In the face of these challenges and heartlessness, Su Qiuyu was calm as usual. It was almost as if they weren't talking about her. Do you really not want to eat breakfast together? I remember the last time the Su family had a feast was New Year's last year. Since it's rare that we've come together today, how could we not have a meal? With a calm voice, Su Qiuyu continued to talk about the meal. Meal, you really are pig-headed. You may have food to eat now, but after some time passes, our Su family won't even have food to eat. Su Ming roared coldly. Then, step by step, he led the crowd closer to Su Qiuyu. Qiuyu, get out of second uncle's way. Today, I must go into the inner part of the house and see how Dad is doing. I want to talk to him personally and have him transfer the head of household role to me. Su Ming couldn't wait. He didn't know how many years he'd been fighting for this role. In the beginning, Su Qiuyu's parents were still alive. Eldest brother had just been chosen as the successor. Then, eldest brother and sister-in-law died in a car crash and the elder began raising Su Qiuyu. Then, he even gave Su Qiuyu control of the family's important business sectors. Su Ming felt unbalanced. In order to take the head of household position, he'd plotted day and night. Today was the best opportunity, and he couldn't wait any longer. Second uncle, it would be best if you stopped coming forward. Otherwise, Xia Tian's boyfriend is going to make a move. Su Qiuyu looked coldly at the crowd. Haha. You think we're really afraid of that wild brat? He wants to make a move. Then come. I want to see if you can kill me right here. Su Ming wasn't afraid of Qin Feng today. He even wanted the brat to quickly make a move. Because there were policemen that Su Ming personally requested outside, as long Qin Feng made a move, the police would rush over and arrest Qin Feng for deliberately injuring someone. Uncle Cuckold, you seem to want me to make a move. Qin Feng suddenly looked toward Su Ming with a smile. He hugged Su Qiuyu the whole time and enjoyed it. This girl's body was soft and the fruity scent on her body was invigorating. If the situation wasn't reaching a stage that Su Qiuyu couldn't control, Qin Feng would be too lazy to concern himself over these uncles and aunts. Su Xiatian rested in Qin Feng's embrace with extreme anger, especially since his hands were dishonest. They kept touching her small waist or pinched her perky behind. If her sister didn't tell her to cooperate with Qin Feng, she would have bitten this human trash to death. You scoundrel. What can you do other than martial arts? For the Su family's continued existence, I have to force my way into Dad's room even if I have to fight to the death. If you want to hit me, then hurry up. Don't be wishy-washy like a woman. Su Ming did all he could to control his emotions. However, the instant he heard Uncle Cuckold, a flash of frost chilled his expression. Outwardly, he didn't care about this matter, but he actually cared about it a lot. Don't get too excited, Uncle Cuckold. I was originally a rough person. However, now that I'm with little sister Xia Tian, I'm the son-in-law of the Su family. The Su family is the most powerful family in Sky City, so I need to learn to control my temper and learn the hypocritical fronts that this large family puts on. Otherwise, if I hit someone and get arrested, then that'll be troublesome. Su Ming's expression changed again. He suddenly realized that he'd underestimated Qin Feng and Su Qiuyu. He didn't think the two of them would discover his intentions so early. However, that was no big deal because Su Ming was going to force his way into the inner room and see what the three people could do about it. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. I'm going inside to see Dad. Set on no more nonsense, Su Ming rushed into the inner room. Qin Feng and the beautiful sisters didn't stop him. Instead, they stepped out of his way. This action shocked Su Ming and the spectators a bit. They still hadn't gotten a grasp of the situation when an elderly but robust voice came from within the house. What a familiar sound. Little Minga, is there a reason why you're so anxious to see me? Elder Su's voice was suddenly heard. Some of the cowardly Su family members almost pissed themselves. Su Ming froze, and his legs began to tremble. He never thought that his father would have awoken. A golden path was formed by the parting of the masses. Passing through the crowd, Su Haonan walked over to the sisters with his head high and chest puffed out. All of the eyes fell on the elder's body. His complexion was rosy, and his steps were measured and healthy. His breathing was strong and stable, and his voice was loud and clear. Every step he took was light and soundless, but it struck the spectators' hearts like thunder. He is the Su family's backbone. After 3 months of silence, he stood before the audience again with indomitable spirit. Little Minga, why aren't you saying anything? Weren't you complaining about seeing me? Now you look like you've seen a ghost. Do you not want to see me, or did you think you'd never see me again? Su Haonan smiled affectionately at Su Ming. Su Ming was so shocked that his teeth chattered. His brain was addled, and even after a long time, he couldn't even utter a syllable. Su Haonan smiled for a while, then looked away. His gaze swept across the faces of the spectators in the parlor. Early this morning, I heard from Qiuyu that a lot of relatives have come to the house. I considered setting up a table and having a family feast. We haven't gathered in a while, and this is a rare opportunity, but just as I was dressing in the room, I heard the noise outside as if you didn't want to eat this meal. Since this is the case, then why are you all standing here? Go home. Only Elder Su's voice was present in the large parlor. The rest of the sounds were those of the Su family members breathing heavily with their heads lowered. They all thought the Su elder was on his last leg and wanted to use the opportunity to fight for the family business. Now that the elder stood vigorous and alive before them, how could they not be nervous and afraid? Qiuyu, Xia Tian, sit at the table with Grandpa. Sit next to me. Since these people don't like eating family feasts, then the three of us can just eat. Right, Qin Feng, come sit here as well. Sit beside Xia Tian. Xia Tian is my precious granddaughter, you have to treat her well. Elder Su said these words casually, but it surprised the audience so much that they almost shouted aloud. The elder usually loved the beautiful twin sisters the most, but they were women, so everyone was dissatisfied with having them take over the Su family business. However, the elder acknowledged Qin Feng and Su Xia Tian's relationship in front of everyone. What did that mean? Did he mean to pass the Su family's massive family business to an outsider? Dad. So you were actually fine? That's too great. I'm elated. While the spectators were still stunned, the third brother, Su Hai, led the whole family to sit at the table. You didn't go outside for 3 months, and you didn't give us an accurate statement. I was unable to sleep at night due to worry, and my appetite was gone as well. Now that I see that you're healthy with more vitality than ever, I can finally eat a meal without worry. That's not right. Our whole family was worried to death. I don't know how long we were waiting for this meal. Liu Yang, Su Dao, come sit. Regaining his senses, Su Ming then put on a smile and sat down. Dower, didn't you repeat every day your wish for Grandpa to wake up soon? Now Grandpa is awake. Hurry and greet him. Grandpa, said Su Dao while looking at Su Haonan. Su Haonan smiled and nodded. Su Cheng, your second brother greeted your grandpa, you greet him too. Su Hai slapped his son in the head. Grandpa, we're all really happy that you're better. Su Cheng smiled and greeted his grandfather as well. More and more people sat at the table and began complimenting Su Haonan to curry favor with him. At some point the butler, Uncle Li, ran off, but he went to the Qian to instruct that the food be brought out. Su Qiu Yu ignored these people's feigned affection. She kept an eye on her grandfather's condition, then brought him food and poured him spirits. On the other hand, Su Xietian stomped powerfully on Qin Feng's foot with her high heels. The brat was being dishonest and placing his hand on her purple stocking-clad thighs. Chapter 331. Chapter 331. I hope it wasn't you. On the face of it, the breakfast was lively, everybody toasted and chit-chatted non-stop with the elder. But, in fact, everybody was very depressed and hoped to finish this meal as soon as possible. Qiu Yu, Xie Tian, Qin Feng, follow me to my room, I'm getting old, and I'm sleepy after having some beer. Everyone, please enjoy the meal. Don't mind this old man. Su Qiu Yu and Su Xietian hastily stood up, held their grandpa by his left and right arms, and accompanied him to his room. Qin Feng, on the other hand, trailed behind them, protecting the elder. Ari. Sighing voices and wailing breaths filled the parlor as soon as the elder left. All of them couldn't accept the fact that the elder had awakened from his coma. They were anxious about what the elder might do after he learned of their attempt to contest over his property. Hee. I'm getting older as well. I'm a little buzzed as I'm overjoyed about Dad's recovery. Help me home, Liu Yang. Everybody, please enjoy the meal, I'm so full. I haven't had a good rest since Dad fell into coma. I can finally rest well tonight. Since second brother and third brother had left, the remaining collateral family members gave various excuses and took their leave one after another. Very soon, the happening, lively parlor fell cold and cheerless. Fart. Su Haonan spewed blood when he arrived at his room. The elder was weak. He just woke up yesterday after Qin Feng had forced some poison out of his body. The elder pushed himself to present a strong and dynamic front at the family feast. Grandpa. Su Qiu Yu and Su Xietian were astonished. Both of them rushed forward and helped their grandpa. Su Qiu Yu pulled out her handkerchief to wipe off the blood around his mouth. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, I'm fine. Su Haonan waved his hand and sat on the bed. He was so happy that he even burst out in bubbling laughter. Qin Feng, thank you for saving my life. If it wasn't for you, I can't imagine what those bastards would have done to Qiu Yu and Xie Tian. I treasure these twin sisters the most. Too bad, their parents passed away early. I'd be too ashamed to face my Zuna if I failed to take a good care of them. Please lie down, elder. I'll transfer some of my qi into your body to heal you even further. Qin Feng walked over to sit by the bed. Elder Su believed Qin Feng, so he lay down on the bed without the slightest hesitation. Qin Feng held the elder's wrist and started to revitalize his blood qi. On the other hand, the sisters stood behind Qin Feng, weighing him treating their grandpa. The family feast was Qin Feng's idea. He attempted to use the elder's indominant aura to pressure the restless Su family members. Qin Feng's plan was considerate. After all, the Su family members were the twin sisters' relatives and they were just temporarily blinded by the wealth and power. So, Qin Feng simply beat them down instead of punishing them harshly. If the Su family members had any conscience, they would certainly give up their plan and listen obediently to the elder's instructions in the future. This was the result that everybody would like to see. However, if they didn't cherish this opportunity and continued to harm the elder even after he had awakened from his coma, then it was the time for the elder to expel this bunch of ingrate. The elder's face became rosy and he regained most of his vigor after Qin Feng treated him for 30 minutes. However, releasing qi taxed Qin Fen greatly. It was merely 30 minutes and he was bathed in sweat already. Qin Feng, come over here. Let me wipe off your sweat. Su Xietian proactively pulled out her handkerchief and helped Qin Feng clean up. Su Xietian's action warmed Qin Feng. Seems like helping the twin sisters isn't a waste. After Su Haonan's vitality was restored, he looked at Qin Feng and Su Xietian with glowing spirits and exclaimed, "Fate. This is fate." He then added joyfully, "I was worried that Xietian wouldn't be able to find a good partner since she's so fierce and willful and nobody can control her. But now, I'm relieved. Look at my good granddaughter's husband. Qin Feng, I really like you a lot. Grandpa." Like a startled deer, Su Xietian's face suddenly flushed. She pouted and sneered at Qin Feng. "Who wants to marry this rascal? It was just a show, Grandpa." "What nice words you have there, old Li. A person should just mind his own business." Su Haonan stroked his beard and said indifferently, "I faked being sick because I wanted to see what would become of the family after I've fallen. Their reactions in these 3 months truly break my heart. It's because of all of us uniting as one and working together. Only then could the Su family prosper and stand above the masses. But look at my sons now. Ari. Let's not talk about them. I'm getting older and I should leave the Su family to the next generation. Do you have any candidate in mind, old Li?" Su Haonan suddenly looked at Uncle Li. Uncle Li hastily replied, "This is a big deal, Master. It's better for you to decide. I'm merely a servant of the Su family. No matter who the next head of household will be, I'll serve him or her loyally. Hee. I think Qiu Yu is a good choice. I really wanted to pass this position to her." Su Haonan began to reminisce. "How many years have we known each other, old Li?" 46 years. Uncle Li's countenance became grave. "I've been following Master since Master became the head of household." Su Haonan's eyes became hazy and distant, as if he was recalling memories of his youth. "It has been 46 years. Time sure flies fast. During that time, I was just a playful 23 or 24-year-old brat. Then my dad wanted me to be the next head of household, taking care of the Su family. I wasn't accustomed to it at first and hard-pressed by various kinds of people. Ari. Time passes in the blink of an eye. I'm gratified that the Su family hasn't gone downhill under my WA. You're a great head of household, Master. Not only hasn't the Su family gone downhill, it's becoming more prosperous day by day." Uncle Li fawned over Su Haonan. Trembling with excitement, Su Haonan laughed, "Haha, old Li, now even you have learned how to kiss someone's ass. What I've said is true, Master. We can all see your contributions to the Su family. Fine. I feel better after being acknowledged by you. I haven't eaten anything since this afternoon. Old Li, ask the Qian to prepare a plain noodle soup for me, topped with an egg and veggies. I want to eat a large bowl of it." "Understood, Master. I'll have the Qian to prepare it for you now." Uncle Li bowed slightly to Su Haonan and retreated from the room to fe the plain noodle soup. Seeing his back, Su Haonan's eyes brimmed with light. He then murmured to himself, "I really hope it isn't you, old Li." Chapter 332. Chapter 332, Luring the Snake Out of Its Hole. Not long later, Uncle Li rushed back carrying a bowl of steaming hot, plain noodles. Su Haonan had already eaten all the snacks on the table. When he saw the noodles topped with 2 eggs and covered in Chinese cabbage and green onions, he was so ravenous that he almost drooled. "Old Li, you're finally here. I was so hungry I couldn't wait. I was about to go to the Qian to hurry you up." Su Haonan accepted the bowl of plain noodles and began to take large bites of it. Uncle Li stood to the side and weighed. "I've made Master wait too long. If you think it's not enough, I can tell the chef to make another bowl." Su Haonan took large bites of his noodles while shaking his head. He said, "If such a large bowl of noodles isn't enough for me, then I'll really become a pig." "Then take your time eating, master. And be careful, it's hot. Uncle Lee bowed slightly and stood to the side. Su Haonan stopped talking and ate the noodles. Uncle Lee didn't say anything else. Su Haonan finished the noodles really quickly, and he even drank all the soup in the bowl. Ah, how refreshing. It really is refreshing. Su Haonan tossed the bowl aside after he finished eating. Then, he shouted with delight, when I was young, I would have needed 3 full bowls to fill me up. Now, I've truly grown old. My appetite wasn't what it used to be. Your appetite is good, master. You can eat even more than me. Uncle Lee took the bowl and said, then I'll go put the bowl away. Rest early, master. Uncle Lee quickly retreated with the bowl. Su Haonan washed his face, hands, and legs, then lay on the bed and went to sleep. All the lanterns in the Su family mansion were extinguished, and the only light was that of the cold and cheerless moonlight. A black shadow suddenly leaped out. It squatted outside a room door and picked the door's lock with a long, thin needle. With a crisp click, the door was pushed open and the person in black waited silently at the doorway for a long while. When he was certain there was no danger, he lightly pushed the door open. He entered and shut the door. The person in black had very light movements like a cat. After shutting the door, the shadow flashed and arrived at the bedside. A white-haired elderly man lay peacefully asleep on the bed. It was the Su family's head of household, Su Haonan. Whoosh! A dagger suddenly appeared in the man in black's hand and stabbed toward the elder's heart. Su Haonan suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze swept over the face and figure of the person in black, and he internally lamented. Even though the person had his face covered and was dressed in black, even his shoes were black, Su Haonan could still recognize him. After all, he was his good servant of 46 years. Su Haonan couldn't pretend he couldn't recognize him even if he wanted to. Old Li, you've really let me down. Su Haonan suddenly sat up. The person in black held a dagger with wintry light against his neck. Qin Feng held the dagger with one hand, and the man in black's wrist that was about to stab Su Haonan with his other hand, preventing his attack. Su Haonan slowly extended his aged, withered hand and grabbed the person in black's face mask. When the mask was removed, the face revealed was the one Su Haonan was dreading the most, Uncle Lee. The gloomy yet tranquil moonlight fell on Uncle Lee's face. The face was filled with 100 conflicting emotions. Helplessness, anger, despair, and malevolence all mixed together. This was the first time Su Haonan saw so many expressions on Uncle Lee's face. Click! The room light was suddenly switched on, and the blinding light forced Uncle Lee shut his eyes. Su Qiuyu and Su Xiatian rushed up beside Uncle Lee. Su Qiuyu said nothing. Her eyes were filled with despair. Uncle Lee had weighed her and her younger sister grow up. In Su Qiuyu's eyes, Uncle Lee was like family. She'd never thought he would ever do this. Su Xiatian's temper exploded. She now began to throw a flurry of punches and kicks at Uncle Lee. Uncle Lee tossed the dagger in his hand to the side and allowed Su Xiatian to hit him. His face was filled with tears. Xiatian, stop. Su Haonan couldn't sit still and wa the scene, so he urged Su Xiatian to stop. Old Lee isn't acting of his own volition. Though he stepped on the wrong path, we can't forget the hard work and contributions he made to the Su family. He's still the Uncle Lee in your hearts. However, from here on out, you will no longer have an Uncle Lee. Su Haonan waved his hand, and Qin Feng released Uncle Lee. Old Lee, was this worth the trouble? Su Haonan's expression was sincere as he looked at Uncle Lee. Uncle Lee choked on his sobs and couldn't say a word. This was the scene he'd been most terrified of experiencing. Actually, I knew I was poisoned long ago, and I suspected you then as well. However, I didn't dare make a move previously, for fear that if a fight began, I'd have to get a hold of some people I would rather die than see again. Uncle Lee couldn't say anything. Su Haonan raised his head, looked at the waning moon, and seemed to mumble to himself. Afterwards, I kept putting it off again and again until I collapsed and fell into a coma. If Qin Feng hadn't appeared, you would have won the fight. Qin Feng woke me up, and I was determined to root you cruel people out. If I'd really died, what would have happened to Chiu Yu and Xia Tian, the pitiful children? Old Li, at our ages, what haven't we experienced? You know well that a lot of things are out of our hands at our age. Thus, Qin Feng and I made a plan to prepare a family feast to surprise you all, then harshly beat you up and suppress you. At night, I intentionally called you to my room to show you my lively appearance and intentionally state my intention to pass the head of household position to Chiu Yu. I wanted to make the people backing you anxious. I wanted to make them lose their bearings. As expected, they couldn't wait to kill me. You poisoned the plain noodles, and I ate it all even though I knew it was poisoned, to ease your vigilance and make you negligent. After you left, Qin Feng forced the poison out of my body and told me he was certain you'd come for me again tonight. Thus, he and the two girls stayed in my room. Who would have thought that you'd really come? Su Haonan detailed everything that occurred after he woke up. He detailed the plan between him and Qin Feng. After hearing this, Uncle Li's expression shifted slightly. He looked at Qin Feng several times. I can't believe that we plotted for so long, yet our plan was ruined by a damn brat. Haha. Old Li, I know what you're thinking. Now is the time of the youth. You can't be bitter. Qin Feng is a really outstanding young lad. I've decided to marry Xia Tian to him, Grandpa. Su Xia Tian pursed her lips, looking like she was dissatisfied with her grandfather's decision. Master, please grant me death. Uncle Li suddenly spoke, wanting to die. Disappointment flashed in Su Haonan's eyes. He glared fiercely at Uncle Li. You'd rather die than say who you're working for? Every person has someone who holds information over them. I hope Master will honor my request. Uncle Li's conflicted expression calmed, and his gaze became bleak. He looked like a soulless, empty shell of a person. Old Li, what can I say? I didn't think you'd go first since you're younger than me. Actually, I know who you're working for. When you were putting away the empty bowl, Qin Feng followed you. Go without worry, I'll have people take care of your wife and child. PFFF. Su Haonan's expression suddenly became ferocious. He was a 70-year-old man, but when he was angry, he was like a dangerous beast. Without warning, he picked up the dagger from the ground and ruthlessly stabbed it into Uncle Li's heart. Fresh blood shot out and sprayed Su Haonan. Though Su Haonan's face was covered in blood, he didn't wipe it off. Uncle Li was dead. When he died, he didn't even shout in pain, he just clenched his teeth and held it in. This was all he could do for Su Haonan before he died. He didn't want to shock any other Su family member. He slipped away quietly and allowed the Su family to fight among themselves with regard to the other matters. Once Su Qiu saw this, her lovely eyes became slightly red. She was so startled that she almost shouted aloud. On the other hand, Qin Feng stepped up and covered her mouth. Qin Feng, I'll have to trouble you again tonight, Su Haonan said while looking at Qin Feng. Don't worry, elder. Deeper into the night, I'll go bury him in the mountains and erect a gravestone for him. That way, it'll be convenient for his wife and son to visit him. Su Haonan nodded, gratified. He liked Qin Feng more and more, and he quite wanted to marry both of his granddaughters to him. However, it wasn't for him to determine. He had to ask Chiu Yu what she wanted. Old Li was sacrificed and the person behind the scenes was found. When will this all end? Su Haonan suddenly sighed ruefully. We won't be able to hide Uncle Li's disappearance for very long. We should gather the family clan for a meeting tomorrow and end this, said Qin Feng. How should we handle it? That is your problem, elder. You probably already have a method in mind. Qin Feng smiled slightly and said, I think we should dig up his criminal record and put him in jail for the rest of his life. Su Haonan nodded. Then, his expression became solemn. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Different situations call for different measures. Elder was once an all-powerful person. Are you afraid it won't work out? Qin Feng said to Su Haonan, smiling. Su Haonan stared at Qin Feng and yelled while laughing, Brat, no one has ever dared to say that I, Su Haonan, am afraid of anything. You really are to my liking. Seeing Elder Sue's mood improve, Chin Feng lifted Uncle Lee and walked nimbly out the door. The red sandalwood scent in the house isn't bad. Chin Feng mumbled this to himself, yet Su Haonan came to a sudden realization. A fierce glint appeared in his gaze. Once Chin Feng left, only the elder and the lovely sisters were left in the house. When Uncle Lee died before their eyes, the two sisters were frightened. At this time, they dove into their grandfather's embrace and clung tightly to his arms. Su Haonan's deep-set eyes were fierce and bright. He had to stand up again and shake up the Su family for his two precious granddaughters. Xia Tian, that guy Chin Feng isn't bad. Stick with him. You can be stubborn about the minor issues, but listen to Chin Feng for the more important ones, said the elder as he lovingly caressed Su Xia Tian's head. Grandpa. I don't want to be with him. Su Xia Tian's charming face flushed. She was as beautiful as the clouds at sunrise. Haha. If Xia Tian really doesn't like Chin Feng, then I'll give Chin Feng your big sister. When the time comes, don't come crying to your grandpa. Su Haonan joked. Su Qiuyu lowered her head slightly, and no one saw the blush that flashed across her features. Then, she lifted her head, smiled, and said, Grandpa, I also think well of Chin Feng with Xia Tian. I won't fight with her. Chapter 333. Chapter 333, The Su Family's Meeting. In the parlor of Su Family Mansion's main building, the Su family's VIPs gathered in the parlor early in the morning. Their countenances were grave, sober, and nervous. This was because everybody noticed that the old butler, Uncle Lee, was gone. It wasn't because they valued Uncle Lee. It was just that Uncle Lee was the one who would bring them water, pour them tea, and perform other services for them whenever they had a family meeting. They were not accustomed to his sudden absence. Old Lee took a few days' leave and went back to his hometown, Ari. You see, nobody lit the incense after he left. Su Haonan, who sat at the head of the big oval-shaped table, suddenly said, Minga, replace the red sandalwood incense at the altar. We need to dissipate the foul odor in this parlor. Okay, Dad. Su Ming got up and went to the altar. There were dozens of drawers under the altar. Su Ming unhesitatingly opened the second drawer in the third row, took the red sandalwood incense, and lit it. When Su Haonan and Chin Feng saw his slick as whistle movements, both of them were surprised. Su Haonan had called a family meeting early in the morning. All the Su family members sat at the big oval-shaped table. The higher their position, the nearer they sat to Su Haonan, while the lower positions sat accordingly. Su Qiuyu and Su Xia Tian sat beside the elder. Chin Feng didn't take a seat. Instead, he stood behind Elder Su, keep an eye on everybody's actions, guarding the elder and the twin sisters. We had a family feast yesterday morning, and I called for a family meeting this morning. Do any of you have anything to say? Asked Su Haonan after Su Ming lit the incense and returned to his seat. Su Haonan's complexion was rosy. He was high in spirits. His voice was robust and strong. The rest of the people lowered their heads dispiritedly, refusing to talk. All of them knew the elder was going to punish them by the family laws today. I haven't seen everybody for 3 months. Yesterday I heard you all making a racket at the parlor, so I thought all of you had a lot of things and opinions to say to me. Why are you all remaining silent now? Su Haonan continued after waiting for a few moments. It was dead silent. Nobody dared to utter a word. Since neither Su Ming nor Su Hai spoke, how would the rest have the guts to come forward? Su Ming, didn't you want to speak with me? Su Haonan suddenly looked at Su Ming. Su Ming's heart sank. However, he retained calm and frosty. Dad, I came to your room these few days because I wanted to ask Qiuyu about your condition. I'm worried about your health since I haven't heard from you for 3 months. Hee. Well, thanks for your concern. Su Haonan smiled. He turned his head and looked at Su Hai and said, How about you, Haya? Dad. Just like second brother, I'm worried about you. Since Dad has recovered now, I don't have other questions, then, replied Su Hai, smiling. Then I guess everybody is worried about my condition and that's the reason you're all gathered here, right? Su Haonan glanced through the crowd and everybody nodded their head. Hee hee. I'm so gratified to know that I'm still welcomed by everybody and you're all so concerned about my health. Su Haonan laughed. His countenance suddenly changed, and he swayed topics abruptly. Since you have no other questions anymore, then I'll make my announcement now. Effective today, I'll appoint my granddaughter Su Qiu to be the next head of household. I guess all of you have no objection, right? Whoosh. Su Haonan's statement stirred up everybody. Earlier, these people lowered down their heads, afraid to speak. But now, all of them started whispering with one another, discussing Su Haonan's announcement. They all thought the elder did not have much time left, so they had joined forces in order to overthrow Su Qiu. If Su Qiu really became the head of household, they might had a rough time afterward. Su Qiu was renowned as the most talented girl in Sky City, even-handed, viewing issues in black and white. She would never open the net on one side to anyone, regardless of their relationship to her. This kind of person could bring the family soaring into a higher level, but was also the most hated by the family members. What's up? Since you think Qiu is a good choice to be the head of household, I don't have any objection anymore. I support your decision, Elder. I think Qiu is good as well. Before big brother Su Zun passed away, he was acknowledged by everyone as the next head of household. Unfortunately, that car accident happened. Ari. I think it's fine to let big brother Su Zun's daughter be the next head of household. Among the 50 Su family relatives, half of them sided with Su Qiu. The other half wanted to switch sides to stand with Su Qiu, but since they had made a pact with Su Ming or Su Hai to get their profit shares, they wouldn't step forward readily until the last moment. Dad. The Su family's business has prospered for more than a century. How could we leave such a large family clan in the hands of Qiu because of her oath? She said she will remain unmarried for the rest of her life. Can we really believe in her? Do you all believe that she will really give the descendants from collateral families a chance to vie for the head of household? Seeing the tide starting to turn, Su Ming hastily added, it's obvious she'll promise anything in order to become the head of household. Su Hai sided with his second brother, arguing, Dad, let's set aside whether should we nominate a woman as the next head of household. Let's talk about whether Qiu is fit to be the head of household. The Su family's business is in turmoil and has been declining sharply these 3 months when you were bedridden, Dad. During this time, it was Qiu who presided over the Su family's business. The whole Su family is in total chaos. Besides, almost every industry the Su family has involved in is affected. Some small industries couldn't bear the losses and collapsed. I estimate our Su family has lost roughly 2 million yuan in these 3 months. And this is the loss after second brother and I assisted Qiu. I can't imagine what will happen to the Su family once Qiu becomes the head of household. Dad. You must reconsider the matter. Chapter 334. Chapter 334, Head of Household Qiu. During the 3 months that Su Qiu was the acting head of household, every sector of the Su family business really had declined. However, Su Qiu knew exactly why, and everyone in the Su family knew as well. Second uncle, third uncle, I didn't plan on bringing this up earlier, so I was going to let it slide. But since you brought it up, I'll evaluate it with you all. Su Qiu suddenly stood up. She had come today bearing a stack of documents, and she tossed it on the table. She took one of the reports and began to read the information aloud. Kai Rui Leather Factory, Chairman Liu Yun, 5 million yuan in losses over 3 months, currently shut down. Liu Yun has disappeared, but the day before his disappearance, he secretly met with someone from the Su family. Rui de Distribution, Chairman Ma Xing, 12 million yuan in losses over 3 months, still barely accepting orders. It originally had a large quantity of orders to deliver, but Ma Xing instructed that the monthly orders could not exceed 1 million. The research indicates that Ma Xing has an extremely close relationship with a Su family member sitting here right now, Beihai Real Estate, Chairman Zhong Hai Chong, almost 100 million yuan in losses over 3 months. They are specifically investing in mansions developed on abandoned wastelands, and this was done without my approval. Now, Zhong Hai Chong is missing. Before he went missing, he had a close relationship with a Su family member sitting here. Su Qiuyu's figure was tall and proud, with curves in all the right places. Today, she dressed professionally in a pantsuit and stood tall and straight in front of the spectators like a beautiful chairman. She held tens of these reports that detailed the losses and bankruptcies in the past 3 months. The reports explained the losses, and the most startling were the reasons for the losses. Practically all the chairmen of the companies that shut down had close relations with a particular Su family member, and it was obvious that the results were premeditated. After the Su elder fell ill, the Su family members had colluded against Su Qiuyu. They purposely did things behind the scenes to make various sectors of the Su family business decline and force Su Qiuyu out of her position by blaming her for failing to properly manage the company. Su Qiuyu read each report, and the Su family members' expressions became unsettled. Quite a few of them began to sweat. At this point, Su Qiuyu hadn't reported anyone's names, but everyone knew the names were printed clearly on the reports. Su Qiuyu didn't say the names aloud to give everyone present one more chance to return to the fold. Bang! Once Su Qiuyu finished speaking, Su Haonan slammed the table and stood. His expression was fierce, and the veins in his forehead bulged. His deep-set eyes raked over everyone present, and a cold fierceness glinted in them. Sinners. You're all sinners. I was gone for a mere 3 months and the Su family has come to this. If I didn't come back, then the Su family would have fallen to the likes of you. You say Su Qiuyu's not capable enough, and you discriminate against her based on gender. Have any of you truly helped her or listened to her instructions? In Qiuyu's eyes, you're all dear aunts and uncles. What is Qiuyu in your eyes? Her parents died early, so you should all treat her like your own daughter. Now, I'm set on passing Qiuyu the head of household position. If anyone is dissatisfied with this, stand up and tell me. Su Haonan's speech was bone-chilling. In the large parlor, only he and Qinfeng were standing. Dad, I can do whatever Qiuyu can do. Su Ming stood up. And I can also do whatever second brother can. Su Hai got to his feet as well. Su Haonan was in no hurry to speak to his sons. He waited a long while, and when no one else stood up, he looked thoughtfully at his 2 sons and asked, "Can you 2 really do what Qiuyu can? As long it's regarding business, I can do whatever Qiuyu can. All in all, Qiuyu is a girl. It's not that we're sexist, but the Su family tradition is to pass the head of household position only to men, not women." Su Ming spoke as though he had something up his sleeve. Dad. Now I'm going to make Su Qiuyu my successor and the new head of household. What do you have to say in opposition to this? Su Ming and Su Hai had no counter because they were so stunned that they couldn't say anything. Elder, you still seem to have some family matters to deliberate, so we 4 will take our leave. The 4 talents didn't dare linger in the Su home for too long. They were still confused. Qinfeng used the 4 of them as pawns to help support Su Qiuyu. Now that they had fulfilled their purpose, Su Haonan didn't keep them. He waved his hand and sent them away. After the 4 talents left, the Su parlor was left in a frigid atmosphere. Su Ming and Su Hai sat back down with horrendous expressions. Now that Su Ming and Su Hai have no objections, Su Qiuyu is the new head of household. I'm very gratified at the result. Su Haonan had Su Qiuyu stand. He removed a jade ring from his injured hand and placed it in Su Qiuyu's hand. Qiuyu, starting from today, I'm abdicating. In the future, the Su family will be in your hands. This ring is a family heirloom passed down from your ancestors. Take good care of it. In the future, all Su family members must heed your orders, no matter what, and cooperate with you in developing the Su family business. If you find someone with an errant heart, a Su family member that doesn't give their all for the family, then you have the right to evict them from the mansion. From then on, those people will have nothing to do with the Su family. Though Su Hao Nan looked at Su Qiu Yu when he spoke, these words were for all Su family members present. Head of household Su Qiu Yu is mighty. Under Su Qiu Yu's lead, the Su family will prosper. Someone already stood up to cheer for Su Qiu Yu. Then, more and more people got to their feet. Now, the head of household was set. They all quickly swayed sides to the one with more power. It was survival of the fittest. No one wanted to be engulfed in the bloodshed of an internal war. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.